Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, we are good. It's hammer time. Hammer time is taking on a whole new meaning. Like hammerhead shark time. It's hammerhead shark time. Okay. Oh, I tell you, that Sussex Squad Detective Agency is something else. Sussex Team Warrior, thank you so much for being here first. Of course, I don't think we'll be here more than an hour and a half. Fancy, thank you so much for being here. All right. Okay, let's get on with it then. Hey, Antoinette Kennedy. Oh, Fancy has gifted a new membership. Thank you so much for that. Excellent. Okay. All right, let's get on with it then, shall we? Um, so there might be a little connection, la connexion, that we knew nothing about until the Sussex Squad Detective Agency got on top of things. There's even some tale that the um, the chairperson might even be broke, might even be what is that? Skint, um, hard up for cash, destitute, or at the very least struggling. Let's see, Renee Demonia Barons. So Sister Hammerhead was lying from the beginning. That appears to be the case. Thank you very much for 28 months membership. Um, oh, and Renee Demonia has gifted a membership. Thank you so much for that. That is so generous of you. I really do appreciate that. Hey, Joan Garcia, Gwen Marie, and Miriel. Oh, it's 6:46 a.m. Ooh, well, hopefully Elaine Parker will be up soon. If not, though, thank you, Elaine Parker, for the, oh, I don't know what you call it when it's in the comment. But anyway, thank you. I saw that earlier. Okay, Grace Chisholm, thank you so much for being here. All right. Moving on, celebrating 19 years. And how do they celebrate it? With nothing but controversy. Not Harry's fault, though. Hey, BB Mac. Certainly not Harry's fault. Um, I think it all started back in 2023 when they selected a new chairperson. And it seems like things had gone into a downward spiral ever since. Let me explain. Oh, by the way, um, we have, gosh, I don't know. They, they didn't give us an exact date, but we are still looking forward to um, the merch from As Ever. And of course, in the fall, we're going to get more with Love Meghan. So I cannot wait. No uploads today from the Duchess of Sussex. She didn't put anything on social media today, which is kind of disappointing because I tell you, I take a deep dive and look every day now. I want to see if there's anything new. I don't want to miss a thing. Okay. Hey, Legs. I was getting kind of nervous. We didn't have any moderators, but now we do. Thank you so much, Legs. And thank you for being a member. All right. So I found the slyest, schemingest looking photo I could find. I learned that from the tabloids. Find the slyest, schemingest looking photo you could find and put that one up there. So that's what I did. No. Did I read the statement when she got the job? No, I did not. I didn't know that there was one. You're saying not the statement when she lost the job. Well, when they asked her to step down and she pushed back, but the statement when she got the job. No, I did not see that one. Let me take a quick look and see if I can find it. Oh, no, I don't suspect it's going to be easy to find that one. But you know what? The statement that she made the other day, that still sticks in my craw. It really does. I am still bothered by that. The tone of it was so uncalled for. It was a bit heavy-handed. Let's see, what is that? Oh, really? Gave me air cover when the odds were stacked against me. What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, okay. Before I go on, let me share this with you. I found the oh, thank you so much, Legs. The honorary doctorate. The honorary doctorate. I got some receipts for that too. um I chose to join Sentebale first and foremost as a proud African who understands that in the spirit of Ubuntu, to whom much is given, much is expected. Everything I do at Sentebale is in pursuit of the integrity of the organization, its mission, and the young people we serve. Okay, that it starts off pretty cool, but then it goes south from there. Hey, Church Nelly, my actions are guided by the principles of fairness and equitable treatment for all, regardless of social status or financial means. Okay, now it's starting to go south. There are people in this world who behave as though they are above the law. Uh-huh. Who are you referring to? And mistreat people. And then play the victim card and use the very press they disdain to harm people who have the courage to challenge their conduct. Okay, once again, who are you talking to? Discerning readers will ask themselves, why would the chair of the board report her own trustees to Charity Commission? Now, remember, this is reporting the trustees, not the founders, right? Not the founding patrons. Why would the High Court of England and Wales accept her application to hear the matter at all if the case had no merit? Okay, so They accepted the application to hear the matter. All right. That's the least they could do. Well, because beneath all the victim narrative and fiction that has been syndicated to press is the story of a woman who dared to blow the whistle about issues of poor governance, weak executive management. Isn't she the executive? Abuse of power, bullying, harassment, misogyny, misogynoir, misogyny noir, and of course, the cover up that ensued. I could be I could be anyone. I just happen to be an educated woman who understands that the law will guide and protect me. That sounds so much like thy rod, thy staff, doesn't it? Who knows and understands that thy rod and thy staff, right? You see what I'm saying? She's getting kind of biblical. I will say nothing further on this matter at this time. I have one job. I must focus on fundraising for the very important work of the young people who inspire the incredible team at Sentebale who make sacrifices daily at a time when geopolitics is severely impacting funding for development work in Africa. For me, okay, this is really bad. This is really bad. For me, this is not a vanity project from which I can resign when I am called to account. I am an African who has had the privilege of a world-class education and career. I will not be intimidated. I must stand for something. I stand for those other women who do not have the ways and means. I am indebted to those who have stood by me and picked up my urgent call for help. And who picked up my urgent call for help so we can continue the mission as Sentebale. I will continue to faithfully perform my role as chair of the board, and I look forward to the opportunity to work with others who are interested in issues of health, wealth, and climate resilience for young people in Africa. Ah, God save the Queen. I mean, it is so grandiose, right? Self-aggrandizing, right? Somebody thinks a lot of themselves. It seems like a lot of pressure to put on oneself for a position that is voluntary. But did I hear somewhere that this voluntary position, someone, I don't know, the pseudo doctor, the honorary doctor, is it true that she was trying to get a salary? That she was trying to turn that into a paid position? A paid position, which is interesting because not only is that a lot to ask for, because when you came through the door, it was a paid position, so it probably should remain. I'm sorry, an unpaid position, so it should probably remain unpaid. And then after the loss of direction and a loss of a sponsor and no suggestion of anyone to replace them, you still want a salary? Now, it has been alleged that she was trying to get paid. I can understand having such proximity to so much money, to so many people of wealth and status and such. I think after a while, just about everybody wants a piece of that pie. Everybody wants to enjoy the fruits of their labor, right? But a voluntary position is a voluntary position. That's it. Aside from that, I don't. I'm yeah. Okay, let me see here. Renee Demonia says an honorary doctor is not a doctorate. Here, here. It is definitely not a doctorate. Um, it is just that it's honorary. Now there are people who will use that as a title along with their MBE. Along with their MBE to kind of, fatten up their resume, their or CV, as some people call it over there in the UK. Let me see. This reeks of the British royal family. Beam me up, Squaddie. Here, 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 here. At a time like this, you got to have Squaddie beam you up because it's almost as though there's alien imposters replacing real people. Okay. All right. Okay, so let me go here. Now this I do not like this title. Prince Harry and his polo chums need to get back in the saddle. His charity mustn't fall prey to decolonization. That language is so inappropriate. I'm sure there's a lot of people that go to certain countries in Africa, certain communities in Africa that have the best of intentions. And I'm sure there's some people that go to those same countries and same communities that have the worst intentions. There is a class of people, and this doesn't have anything to do with um, um, Sophie, but there is a class of people who love to go to the next famine, the next earthquake, the next tornado, the next hurricane, and they pretend to be something that they're not. So my point is, yes, there are charities that exploit the hell out of people. There are charities that willingly or unwillingly um, do things like launder cash or move, you know, um, addictive substances or trafficking. All those things can happen right under the nose of a charity, and then sometimes um, not every charity is what it's supposed to be. But I cannot help but believe, I just do. I do believe that everything that Harry has done has been above board. Harry has shied away from his father's charities because he knew certain things wasn't on the up and up. Like, for instance, have you ever seen Harry keeping company with some of those cash for honor people? I do recall, I forgot the exact circumstances. They were trying to pull Harry into some situation with that one guy that's a peer now. His father um, immigrated, right, from wherever they were from, and then with the cash for honor and everything, somehow he got to be a peer. And I think Boris Johnson put him in there, if anybody remembers his name. But the point is, I think they were trying to mix Harry up with that. And Harry was too smart for him. He did not want to have anything to do with those people. He avoided being photographed with those people. I do believe one of the things that Charles is holding against Harry is that there are a lot of people that want that photo on their desk, in their office, with some of the biggest names in the world. And Harry, of course, does have that global status, global, what do you call it? Global statesman status. And there's a lot of people who would want to, they would do anything to get photographed with him. Even a chairman of a charity like Sentebale. That is a thing. As much as they collect titles and all of those honorary degrees, there are people who collect their connections and they exploit those connections. You'll see them putting it on their social media and all that kind of stuff. That is a thing. That is truly a thing. So using the term decolonization, it almost as though, and then of course, if you look at that picture that they used for this article in the Telegraph, you got 4 white people there. 4 white people. The scandal at Sentebale is more about wokery than substance and needs to be sorted out quickly before the organization fails. Is this to imply that let me see, how am I going to put this? That the wokeness or the very liberal values in some way is responsible for this whole debacle, this whole resignation of the trustees and the founding patrons. Is that what it implies? It says here, insiders say new chair of the charity, Sophie Chandauka'S, sought to decolonize the organization, moving it away from fundraising via celebrity polo matches and the like, but without first establishing alternatives. I'm trying to figure out what is wrong with this. In fundraising, you got to give people something. You got to get them excited. You can charge $20,000 a plate for an event because it is part of their lives. The wealthy, the politicians and such. This is part of what they look forward to. Is you have a celebrity, you bring attention to the sport that you love, and you can help a charity at the same time. What is wrong with that? A hefty bill for consultants said to be in the region of $500,000, a failed bid to bring in replacement donors from the U.S., an alleged request by Ms. Chandauka'S for a $300,000 salary. Remember, it's alleged, for her unpaid position prompted the trustees to ask her to step down. Yeah, close your hand and step down. Close your hand, girl, and step down. She refused, accusing the charity of poor governance, weak executive management, abuse of power, bullying, harassment, misogyny. And remember, this misogynoir, that is said to be misogyny, and particularly a way that is focused against Black women. That's where the noir comes from, dark. So misogyny of a dark person, of a Black person, a Black woman, sparking this week's walkout by Prince Harry and leaving the charity's future looking very dim indeed. 20 years since the founding of Sentebale. They don't even get a chance to celebrate that 20th anniversary without the taint of this entire situation. And at the very center of it seems to be one of the most curious creatures, the hammerhead shark. the member of the shark family whose dorsal fin may be seen. And usually when there's a dorsal fin breaking the water, that usually implies that there is a predator searching for prey. It all makes sense now, doesn't it? That implies that there is a predator searching for prey. There was a jet set lifestyle that came along with being the chair of Sentebale, because she pops up every place they do, right? When they are doing these fundraisers, she's there. And I don't have the information in front of me, but I'm just going to assume she's not actually purchasing her ticket to get there, and she's not paying for her hotel to be there. Okay? So even if it is unpaid, it gives you access to some very powerful people. And you know what they say? Money keeps money. Money keeps money. Yeah. And just like they say, if you want to know what a person's character is like, all you got to do is look at who they spend the most time with. That gives you an idea. So I was so proud. I was so proud to see this Black woman in those spaces. I was so proud, not knowing what had been brewing in the background. And when you look back on it, I don't know if it's the power of suggestion, or did I really have this weird feeling? And I cannot say that feeling was strong. I cannot say it was strong. But certain things do kind of make sense now. Certain stuff kind of makes sense. And there's still a video. There's still a video. And I don't know when I recorded that video, and I wish I could find it. Where, gosh, I don't even know what occasion that was, but it was another occasion when she insisted she had to be front and center with Harry for a photo op. Another one of those occasions. So I do get this feeling that there was this plan to get as much out of Sentebale as possible, to get as much out of it as possible, to use it as a means to come up. To use it as a means to come up. Let me see here. That is not the one. I want to say it was the one before. Was that Wellington, Florida? I want to say it was the one before that. I'm never going to find it. But yeah, I want to say it was the one before that, but I cannot remember the date. If I could remember the date, I could find it. If I could remember the date, I could find it. But that's okay. I'll make sure I have it tomorrow. And mostly, I'm just curious to see it myself now. It's not so much that I want to share it. Now I want to see it myself. So Yeah, but I know it was one. Okay, okay. 1 second. Okay. So there is more to this article. There's more to this article, and I'm going to take a look for that. Let's see, Baron, you still have the notice sent out to the squad social media from Sentebale asking to work with Squaddies for fundraising purpose. It was when we raised a large amount of money. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I have it. I'm sure I have it. But it always takes me a minute to dig stuff out because I have saved so much stuff. I have truly compiled quite a list of things. So yeah, it's not a matter of if I have it, is if I can find it. And how long would that take? Okay. So I know it was the occasion. It was that occasion when Nacho was horsing around. Were they in Japan? I cannot remember if they were in Japan or not. Ah, okay. Okay. I have narrowed this down. Okay, it was August of 2023. Okay, it was August of 2023. Let me see. Uh huh. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, you know what? August of 2023. Okay, that was the one where Harry picked up that cone so that no one would trip over it. Do you guys remember that? Harry picked up the cone because he was afraid that someone would trip over it. And maybe I did not save that one. Maybe I didn't save it. I probably saved whatever featured Nacho, I probably saved it. But anybody else, probably not. Probably not. Uh-huh. Okay. 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 All right. I'm going to share this with you. I'm just going to share this with you. I did find something. I did find something. Not the video that I wanted. But it lets me know that if I need to go and find it, I could. But let me ask this question to you guys because I don't know if I'm just being very critical because of the way things are right now. But do you do you all think that she was just kind of making all of these events too much about herself? You know what I mean? Like she was putting herself front and center when it wasn't really called for, as though she was responsible for the fundraising, or as though she was responsible for winning the polo match. It's like, where the hell did you just come from? Why are you here? That's the kind of vibe I'm getting, is why are you here? That vibe. And I don't want to be rude by asking that question, but I have to. Why are you the focus of things? Why must you be in the center of stuff? And I don't want to. Okay, because they have accused Meghan of that, I'm trying to, be cautious about saying it. But I kind of feel like Meghan's status lends to that, just like with especially because Meghan is presenting the cup. They always have Meghan present the cup. I don't recall them asking um, Sophie to present the cup. So you see what I'm saying? That's the difference. If you're presenting the cup, then you're supposed to be up there. But otherwise, why are you there? Too much? Am I being rude? Is that too much? That's all. I'm just asking for a friend. Okay, let me take a look at a couple of your responses. I see Sophie's tone changed after meeting with William in South Africa at the Earth Flop event. Did they meet there? All of a sudden, she's working climate change into Sentebale's mission. Okay. This is also strange. I wonder if she's getting money from somewhere to cause chaos. She's in a voluntary position. Why would you stay, especially after? Because she wanted that $300,000 allegedly, because she was trying to turn it into a paid position. Being famous versus being infamous. Why discriminate where honest donations come from? Bake sales or lemonade stand. Yeah, I get your point. What difference does it make where the money comes from? Yeah, it's like she was making it more about herself and less about the charity. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm way behind, aren't I? Let me do some scrolling here. Okay. In New York, Harry was clearly uncomfortable with her on stage. I need to watch that video again. I have the video, but when I shared it, um, well, at least I have the one when he says what Africa means to him. But when I shared that video, I got a copyright, so I'm not able to share it. Helen G says everyone who financially supports Sentebale I suggest should stop financial support until the Charity Commission have completed their investigation at the least. Well, that's an individual decision. And I will admit, I have I've had problems with things like that in the past where it just really puts a bad taste in my mouth, where I just get so frustrated when the charity becomes about personalities and personal needs and not the people that need help. That really rubs me the wrong way. So, but it's a personal choice, everyone. You have to decide. And you, of course, there's always other charities. There's always other charities that do similar things. So one might consider that as well. So yeah, if you really want to give, there are ways to do that. Okay. Okay, I just want to catch up with a few of your comments and okay, I think we're good. All right, let me continue here. Oh wait, you know what? I wasn't exactly done with that. Wasn't exactly done with that. Let me just take another look at that article before we move on. I did pull that from the article, but just want to take another look at it. Oh, geez, what did I do with it? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, okay. So the decolonizing part, let me look at that again. Insiders say, okay, so this is not a direct quote. Insiders say the new chair of the charity sought to decolonize the organization, moving it away from fundraising via celebrity polo matches. Huh. I just don't like them using that word. The charity is small but important. It does life-saving work in the area of the world where HIV/AIDS epidemic is still raging. In the tiny state of Lesotho alone, more than 37,000 children are estimated to be living with HIV, many unaware of their condition. Sentebale works gently with them to break down fear and stigma and encourage testing and treatment. Yeah, you know what, guys, there's got to be some kind of way that if at least if you have been contributing, and you're having your doubts, do some research and try to find an alternative. This is like a second blow. First of all, you have the Trump administration taking vital money away from certain communities. And then you have this, and this has a chain reaction effect. This trickles down to other charities because it creates doubt. It sows seeds of doubt where people don't want to give to anything. The company is in a deficit to the tune of 300 and wait, which company is that? London based. Oh, The London-based Black British Business Award Limited, which she co-founded and which explains the MBE. Okay, this is juicy. Um, oh, let me go back a little bit more. Yeah, she worked briefly at Meta, the owners of Facebook and Instagram, and for a longer period as a senior executive at a financial services firm, Morgan Stanley. But the honorific doctor she uses is not an earned medical academic title. Instead, medical or academic title. Instead, it derives from an honorary doctorate in business administration awarded to her by the University of Coventry in 2023, seemingly in recognition of her diversity campaigning. The London based Black British Business Awards Limited, which she co founded and which explains the MBE, she was awarded in 2021 for services to diversity in business, is also struggling, and Ms. Chandauka'S resigned as director in June last year. Wow, you know what? This Sophie sounds just like that other Sophie. Sophie Wessex. Is it like, and my apologies if your name is Sophie, but is the name Sophie consistent with running a business into the ground? I'm just asking. Huh? If your name is Sophie, does that mean that you are destined to run a business into the ground? The company is in deficit to the tune of £387,000, of which £197,000 is owed to the taxman. Whether it is also insolvent depends, that is, on who the 462,000 other creditors are in note 7 of the accounts. A senior accountant tells me if it is the bank, they are in trouble. And Ms. Chandauka'S, U.S. company, the Delaware registered, oh Lord, the Delaware registered Nandy Life Science may also turn out to be a triumph of style over substance. She described it described it on her LinkedIn profile as a US based company creation vehicle with a portfolio of companies that have collectively raised 50 million since October 2023. that is as maybe, but the Delaware-based firm was set up only 2 years ago and has not yet published any information I can find regarding capital raised, income, or even clients. I repeat, she described it on LinkedIn private profile as a US-based company creation vehicle with a portfolio of companies that have collectively raised over $50 million since October 2023. I can't find anything that even says that there are clients, let alone money. What kind of grifter is this? What kind of grifter is this? This is the Telegraph, you guys. This is the Telegraph. Hey, Miss S. The Telegraph. Oh my goodness, they said the Telegraph really did a deep dive. Wow. You know what? She'd have made herself popular for the worst reasons. And yet, Ms. Chandauka'S is not alone. She is not the first globe-trotting charity boss to turn away from a sort of fundraising that celebrity polo matches and red nose day brings, deeming it a little patronizing and old hat. But this is to lose sight of the main goal to enhance the lives of those who these charities exist to serve, with America, Britain, and many other countries slashing their aid budget. The need for cash has never been greater. Modeling published in the Lancet this week suggests there will be 4.4 million to 10.8 million additional new HIV infections by the end of the decade in low and middle income countries unless the funding shortfall left by US aid can be filled. Ms. Chandauka'S should gracefully accept she got her timing wrong and step aside, allowing Sentebale's original trustees and patrons to return. Prince Harry, meanwhile, should step back into the breach and sound the horn, or whatever one does to summon their polo chums. They have a lot of fundraising to do for those kids, Lesotho and Botswana, and maybe beyond. Miss Chandauka'S has been approached for comment, and obviously she had nothing to say. You guys, she seems to she's like a legend in her own mind. She is like, and remember, I just told you guys all that jet setting, flying here, dinners, teas, speeches, so on and so forth. You get to travel the world on somebody else's dime. So even an unpaid position has its benefits, especially when it puts you in close quarters with people that have a lot of means, a lot of money, and a lot of influence. So having FaceTime with someone of, high standing like that, well, there's people who would kill to be in those positions. They would do anything to break bread with, let's say, a Jeff Bezos or whatever, or Prince Harry, anybody of means. Baron, at this time, she lost credibility and no one will ever trust her, not for charity business. I don't think that she's interested in pursuing anything in court. I think she put that out there because if you recall, she said, at this time, my only focus is the charity or whatever she said, meaning that I ain't going to court. I'm not going to expose myself like that. Connie Bomber! Hey, Connie Bomber! Yeah, she seemed to be a bit attention seeking, and she just, you know, I, what could I say? It was probably a very easy position to hold as the chair. I'm not saying she didn't do any work, but when you have the weight of, let's say, Prince Harry, Nacho, and a few other people that did the heavy lifting, because after all, it's a fundraiser. It's a fundraiser. The Sentebale, or should I say, it is a charity, but the real heavy lifting is the fundraising. And of course, the other stuff you have to do is organize the community and figure out where the money is going to go. And that's important too. But if you don't have any money, you don't have any resources. And if you don't have any resources, you have a lot of good intentions and no way to fund it. So, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Which is more important? Bringing in some money or trying to decide to find other means to raise funds besides the polo and other celebrity events. I mean, that's really cutting off your nose just to spite your face. I don't get why that would be um, so important to try to move the goalposts in the middle of the game. I mean, come on. Harry is donating huge amounts of money himself. And because of his status, he's able to raise a lot of money. And you want to push that away? You want to throw out the baby with the bathwater? Let's see. YM Joy says, it's bad when a statement from Princess Mumbles is more coherent. It makes more sense than the story you're selling, Sophie. OGG equals OG grifter. Oh, I love it. Thank you so much for that. Well, yeah, I can't follow up with anything for that one. That is epic. That is a epic burn. Now, Sentebale, inside the dysfunctional charity Prince Harry has quit. Baroness Chalker of Wallasey, is it Wallasey, a trustee for nearly 20 years, described almost dictatorial style of his chairwoman, Sophie Chandauka'S. Baby, they about to dump on her. They are about to dump, dump, dump. They about to pull receipts out and everything. Baroness Chalker of Wallasey, who served as a trustee of Prince Harry's African charity for nearly 20 years, has described his chairwoman almost dictatorial style in which led to clashes and ultimately prompted her, the prince, and other trustees to leave the organization. Chalker, a former overseas development minister, told the Times that her retirement from Sentebale board in November was in response to Sophie Chandauka'S leadership. I was not happy with the direction in which the chair was or was not taking the charity, said Chalker, who is 82 years old now, who became a trustee when Prince Harry co-founded Sentebale in 2006 with Prince Say-So. I did not feel I had the opportunity or energy to put it right. So let me find some more of that article. Ooh, this is juicy, ain't it? This is just juicy. Chalker described the announcement that Prince Harry had quit the charity in solidarity with trustees who had lost faith in Chandauka'S as very sad, but not entirely surprising. How can I put it? I would say almost dictatorial, Chalker said, referring to the communications from the chair who took it up the post last year. Chandauka'S, who believed to be suing trustees after they questioned whether she was best placed to lead the board. It was just not the right relationship between chairwoman and the board, and I don't blame them for resigning. Whose departure in November was Chalker. That name Chalker, I hope I'm saying it right. Chalker, whose departure in November was quickly followed by that of another trustee, Andrew Tucker. Richard Miller quit as chief executive in December after 5 years in the role. God, she was chasing everybody out of there. In response, Chandauka'S, who was appointed to the role in June of 2023, made a statement that appeared to criticize Harry for playing the victim card. and depicted herself as a whistleblower on poor governance, weak executive management, abuse of power, bullying, harassment, misogyny, and misogynoir. Let's see. Okay. Chalker, who was a conservative MP for 20 years and African minister for 8 years, from 87, was given a life peerage in 1992 and continues to work on projects in developing world, including Africa. She also became a friend of Diana, the late Princess of Wales. Okay. Some felt that in recent times there had been more emphasis on spending, including on constant consultant fees, that brought little return on investment. After a recent partnership deal fell through, the board attempted to remove Chandauka'S from her post, but she refused. That's a whole lot just to say that Baroness Chalker was not surprised and that she left. I mean, they made a whole article out of that. Oh, well, it still contributes to the conversation just the same. Oh, yeah, that's more of it right there. There's a picture of her with Harry from years ago. 20 years she was involved with the organization. 20 years. The Sussex Squad Detective Agency. We keep receipts. And don't y'all forget that. The Sussex Squad Detective Agency always keeps receipts. And you can count on it. She's a liar and a cheat. Did I miss that one? Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay. So, Coventry University, it is our great pleasure to say that today we have awarded Sophie Chandauka'S, MBE, an honorary degree of Doctor of Business Administration. I repeat, honorary degree. I just want you guys to know that I actually went to the Coventry University website and found it myself just to verify that it is an honorary degree. And that's all it is. Yeah, that's it. It's an honorary degree. The Telegraph, of all papers, have uncovered a long list of Sophie Chandauka'S shenanigans. Also, if you're going to show off about your world-class education, make sure your PhD is one you've actually earned and not an honorary one. Thank you, Zandy Sussex. As a matter of fact, that's how I found that article, because Zandy Sussex made a referral. Sure did. Yep. Gives new meaning to hammer time, don't it? Yes, it's hammer time. Okay, this right here, this is where I forgot who said it, but said that Harry looked a bit uncomfortable on the stage. But that's when Harry spoke so eloquently about how important Africa was and how he felt about it. And yeah. So, and look at it. Can't wait to say something. Gail Tapscott, thank you so much for the super sticker. And Joan Garcia says, Baron, I noticed that when Harry and Meghan have a big upcoming event, the British royal family, Kensington Palace manufactures some crazy drama to distract. It's an ongoing pattern. Here. Thank you for the super chat. And it is true. Whether someone is being hospitalized, even if it's London Bridge falling, they find some kind of distraction to make sure that they can take the shine off of the Sussexes. Just can't keep my eyes off that trophy. I cannot keep my eyes off that trophy. I gotta have that trophy. Why is she holding the trophy? I should be I should be the one holding it. Who does she think she is? The Duchess of Sussex? Oh man. If it doesn't come out in the wash, it always comes out in the rinse, doesn't it? What's that? Y'all want me to play that video again? I will. Let me see. Let me find it. Okay. Here we go.
Such a great day here at Grand Champions Polo Club. Again, a big thank you to all of those who provided horses, to the entire crew. I leave you with these pictures. I wish you a very, very indeed. And a cracking goal he scored also in that penultimate field choker. At number 3, ladies and gentlemen, well, I could go on, could go on. This beautiful trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for Sentebale, Royal Salute, Gale Barnes, the Duke of Sussex, Alberto Cambiasso, and Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor. And of course, a big thank you to the Duchess of Sussex for presenting the trophy. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who has been a part, played such a big part in making today happen. Thank you very much, Andrew Tucker. Such a great day here at Grand Champions Polo Club. Again, a big thank you to all of those who provided horses, to the entire crew. I leave you with these pictures. I wish you a very, very indeed. And a cracking goal he scored also in that penultimate field choker. At number 3, ladies and gentlemen, well, I could go on, could go on. This beautiful trophy.
Well. They say a picture says 1,000 words. Well, that was 1,000 and then some. So, you said you would like to see when Harry welcomed the king in, that was at the United Nations, right? Greeted the King of Lesotho. I do have that one. Let me see if I can find it. But, oh, you know what? That may not be so hard to find. Well, this might be too easy. Hold on a second. Give me just a second. I think I got it. You know what was so great about Harry was like really just, being himself. And yet every place he went, you could just it was so much excitement. It was just electric at the United Nations, every place Harry went. I love that. So that was the one where they were in a conference room, right? Oh, is this it? Is this it? Let me see. Let me see. There's that one. Okay, let's try this one and see what happens.
I would like to start by extending my deepest gratitude to their majesties for their continued friendship. The Lesotho royal family, as well as Lesotho itself, has been a pillar of strength for me over the last 20 years. Welcoming me with open arms and such kindness, the beautiful mountain kingdom feels like a home away from home. That friendship has only grown stronger as we've worked together to tackle some of the most pressing challenges facing the Lesotho people and the wider world. It all began 2 decades ago, when my dear friend Prince Seso first gave me a tour of your special country. I was struck by the strength and courage of your people amidst the immense challenges they faced, and particularly the children. Because of that experience, the people I met and what I was exposed to, 2 years later we created Sentebale, which means forget-me-not in Sesotho. The charity was founded in honor of our mothers and symbolizes our pledge to always remember and advocate for the most vulnerable among us. Our mission at Sentebale is simple, yet incredibly important. To help vulnerable children and young people across Lesotho and Botswana to access vital health services, receive care and support, and develop the life skills necessary to thrive. By focusing on the youth, we are breaking generational cycles of trauma and of outdated beliefs.
Heather Stroud, thank you so much for recommending that one. And well, you deserve applause. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Well, yeah, so I'm actually impressed I found it. Because you know me, usually I go looking for it and I'm just like, now I know I got that somewhere. But yeah, so there you go. And cheers to Harry. I want to see if I can find the one when he walked in the room, though. Oh my God. When he walked into the room, I know I have that one. Let me take a look and see if I can find that one. Let me see. When he walked in the room. Okay. I mean, it really should be right next to that one, but sometimes I would find the videos kind of out of order. So no promises. Okay, so that one he's already seated. Okay, unfortunately, I'm not seeing that one. It should be right there next to it, and I just don't see it. Oh, let me see here. Is that the opportunist next to him right there? Oh, let me take a look. Okay, yeah, let me take a look. Let's see if that's the opportunist next to him. Or should I say, we shall. Oh, there he is. That's where he walks in the room. I found it. I found it. There it is. Look at how excited everybody gets.
Let us welcome Prince Harry into the room of Duke of Sussex.
Yeah, I love it. I love that. I love it. Oh, that wasn't the one I meant though. Let me see. There's a different one that's the little opportunist. Let me see. Miss Opportunity. Okay, I think this one might be it. Let me see. Nope, that's not her. I saw the lady in white there, and I thought that may have been her, but it's not. But of course, I was looking at the thumbnail, so it was so small I couldn't tell. But that's definitely not her. Thank goodness. Okay, you guys, let's continue. God's Child, 34 months membership. Hi, darling Baron. Maybe she allegedly financed Harry. Fancied Harry, not financed, fancied Harry when Harry loves Meghan when she put her alleged Judas arm around Harry's waist on the, what is that, rostrum? Harry scooted away. Yeah, like, get me out of here. Like, feet, do your stuff. Okay. Thank you for so much for 34 months membership. That's a long time. Now, I have a soundbite for you. A bitter soundbite. The incredible shrinking Rebecca, Becky the blob, the incredible shrinking blob. You know what? I don't know if she was in New York. I don't recall. She may not have been because it wasn't a fundraiser. They did talk about Sentebale, right? But I don't think it was a fundraiser. So, yeah, maybe she didn't have clearance to get into the United Nations. Okay, let's get this going. You know, now that the gloves have come off, so to speak, I have all kind of stuff racing through my mind, most of which I should probably keep to myself. But when you hear me laughing like that, just imagine what I'm thinking, okay? Just imagine what I'm thinking. It's just as fun as me saying it, I think. Mm.
This story that Netflix want the Sussexes to make a new, very personal.
Oh yes, that's what I almost forgot that what this was, but they want Harry to do the Diana documentary so badly for Netflix they can say he's using his mom to make money and look sympathetic for yeah, anyway, let me do this and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Documentary. Does that sound right? This story that Netflix want the Sussexes to make a new, very personal documentary. Does that sound right?
Yeah, so the reports that have leaked out, which I have to say have been denied, but often things are in the infancy, is that Netflix want them to talk about Princess Diana next. And there's been some talks about Prince Harry doing a documentary about his experience, obviously growing up with Princess Diana and her death. The report said really clearly that Meghan wasn't going to be involved in this, which I thought was really interesting and actually made me feel like it was probably a true story, but then it got denied. But what I would say is, despite the denial, it seems unlikely that it didn't come up in any of these Netflix meetings, from one side or the other, that maybe Diana could be a subject matter for their documentaries, because let's not forget they've been scrabbling around for ideas for Netflix all this time. They obviously did the big, talk about, life in the royal family.
I think, just to stop you, so the story is that this would be about the death of Diana, this documentary.
Yes, so this article said that the death of Diana would be the next subject for the Netflix deal. So the Netflix have this deal with Harry. He's got to produce a number of documentaries with Meghan, and one of them could be Diana. And given that Harry suggested an interview with Putin.
So what have your kids got planned for Mother's Day? If it's anything like last year, I'll have a scrummy breakfast in bed.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was one of the ideas. Some pretty crazy ideas obviously came out in those early Netflix meetings. So it seems reasonable to suggest that Diana and her death was the subject of a potential documentary. However, at the moment, that's being denied by Team Sussex.
I think if he was to do it, it would bring him into massive conflict with his brother, because although Harry and William together cooperated, but I think with 2 documentaries about their mother over the years to mark particular landmarks. I know Prince William has made a point of saying, and if you remember, he stated it very obviously when we were talking about the whole scandal over her panorama interview and how that was obtained. It's like, look, it really is time to let my mother's memory rest in peace now. And he's made that very, very clear. I mean, apart from joint charitable initiatives like the Diana Awards, which I think are very positive ones, they very much want to park outside of their mother's life.
That's why I thought the original article had a ring of truth to it originally. Famous last words in diary circles, ring of truth. But the fact that they very much said that Meghan wouldn't be involved made me think, if William has in any way sanctioned this, he would only do so if Meghan's not involved. So if it was up for discussion, maybe Harry.
Okay, let me unpack. I think I have 3 points about this. Number one, it is Harry's story to tell. That is Harry's mother. If Harry wants to speak about his mother, he does not have to ask permission, and certainly not to his brother. Number two, Big Arm Becky says that William believes that we should let this lay to rest. His mother's memory should lay to rest in peace. William decides when William leaves it alone. William doesn't decide when Harry leaves it alone. There have been multiple documentaries, and of course the plots of things like, The Queen, The Crown, among others, dealing with the death of Diana, the life and death of Diana. And I don't know in any instance where someone asked permission. When William went before the camera and read a speech that was prepared for him in all likelihood by the tabloids, saying that his mother was paranoid, there did not seem to be any agreement about that from Harry. Harry did not echo his agreement about his mother's mental state. As far as Harry's concerned, and I believe most of the world, Diana was just fine. It is the system that was chaotic. Also, when William made that speech about and as a matter of fact, Becky the Blob is misleading people, because William doesn't want the Panorama interview to ever air again. He wants it locked away. William didn't say anything about whether or not people discuss his mother's death. So she's actually putting words in William's mouth. I said it at the time. I'm going to say it again. I've said it several times. William blames everything. He implies that Martin Bashir, BBC, and the Panorama, that they were responsible in some way for his mother's paranoia and implied misjudgment, and of course, the disintegration, the eventually separation of his parents. He puts all of this. Well, actually, he said that it pushed his parents further apart. The entire tabloid media is responsible for Diana. The entire tabloid media. When Diana died mysteriously in that tunnel in Paris, who was paying for those photos? Those photos were like a bounty. And William does not speak of the bounty that was placed on his mother by sending photographers, having just paid a record amount for photos of her before that night. It was in as much as putting a bounty on his mother's head. But he won't speak of it. He won't dare speak of it because he's in bed with the tabloids. He took money and settled a lawsuit from the tabloids. Unfortunately, he didn't get the apology that his brother received. His brother got an apology not only for himself, but for the sake of his mother. He was not able to do that. He wasn't man enough to do it. He will never be man enough to do it. He's barely an example of a man. He's a child. And the last part of it, let me see, what was that last thing they said?
Time to let my mother's memory rest in peace now, and he's made that very, very clear.
Mm.
I mean, apart from joint charitable initiatives like the Diana Awards, which I think are very positive ones, they very much want to park outside of their mother's life.
That's why I thought the original article had a ring of truth to it originally. Famous last words in diary circles, ring of truth. But the fact that they very much said that Meghan wouldn't be involved.
Okay, that's it.
This story that Netflix...
That's it. That Meghan wouldn't be involved. Why would Meghan be involved? I got a good reason why she would be involved, and I got a good reason why she would not be involved. One reason why she would be involved is because it's Archwell production. It's Archwell production. And who is Archwell production? His Royal Highness Prince Harry, Her Royal Highness Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. Those are the people that make up Archwell Productions. And if there is a documentary about Diana, it will be produced by Archwell. So there's no way that Meghan would not be a part of it. Now, whether she'll be in front of the camera, that remains to be seen. Whether they will use the treatment of Diana as an example of Meghan's treatment and vice versa, that is their prerogative. But you don't get to say when Meghan is involved. Meghan and Harry are co-equal partners in their marriage. And what they do together. And you don't get to say when and where and how, or even whether Harry tells his story. That is his story to tell. It has nothing to do with William. These people love to pretend like they know something. They love to count Harry and Meghan's money. And like I said earlier this week, if there's one thing that you know for certain, is that they love to count Black women's money. Oh, they just can't stop thinking about how much Black money, Black women how much money they have. That just keeps them up at night. Ooh, did you hear? There's a black woman got some money. What? Someone's got to do something. They can't stop thinking about black women's money. Where she got it? What's she doing with it? Who is she spending it on? What is she buying with it? How much did those clothes cost? And nobody is ever starving in the world until black women get money. Then all of a sudden, that money could have been used to feed so-and-so, so-and-so. You could make the case, we should just ignore this, but they are continually to feed lies that fester. And those lies become somebody else's truth. What they want to do is to make it impossible for the Sussexes to earn money. They don't want people to work with them. They want them to cower behind walls and hide away for fear that somebody might speak against them or whatever. It's not going to happen. But that's what they really want. Yeah, exactly. We pay, you pose. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Legs. What's that? I was listening to a different content creator who said, why are you all asking Princess Diana's daughter-in-law to be relatable? I like that description of Meghan. Okay, thank you for that. Okay. All right, let me go on to the next one. Now, that is Brenda, right? I believe that's Brenda. I could just give her a big hug right now because she had to set Chris Ship with a P, not a T. That's Chris Ship with a P, not a T. She had to set him straight. And he tried to go there in his own little ridiculous way. He tried to go there. And, it was a very small thing. You almost wouldn't even notice it, but I did. Okay, here goes.
You're talking about fakeness. There we go.
Well, I scored your last segue at 3 out of 10.
Wow.
I give that one slightly higher.
I'd say that's about an 8.5, I would say.
Too high.
So let's talk about what then transpired was the fake beef between Meghan and Gwyneth.
Oh my word, we've had.
Was it fake beef or was it real beef that they decided to make some kind of publicity stunt out of?
No, I don't know. I think it was probably real beef.
Explain what we're talking about.
Yeah, go on then.
Okay.
Go on.
So everyone knows what Meghan's show was about. In fact, we've spoken about it on this podcast. And if you don't, it's Meghan's new show, With Love Meghan. And it's all about her cooking and being a host and making tea bags and things.
Lifestyle.
Did you hear what that? Oh, I was about to cuss. It's all about her cooking and making tea bags and things. And, oh, that's Charlene White. Thank you. Charlene said lifestyle. Did y'all hear that? You almost wouldn't even notice it, but let me do that again. I'll take it back a little bit.
And out of?
No, I don't know. I think it was probably real beef.
Explain what we're talking about.
Yeah, go on then.
Okay.
Go on.
So everyone knows what Meghan's show was about. In fact, we've spoken about it on this podcast. And if you don't, it's Meghan's new show, With Love Meghan. And it's all about her cooking and being a host and making tea bags and things.
Lifestyle.
lifestyle. And
Wasn't that shady? Wasn't that shady? It's all about Meghan cooking and making tea bags. Y'all, I'm trying not to cuss. I'm I'm trying not to cuss. I almost let an expletive slip past my teeth just now. How difficult is it to say lifestyle? How difficult is it to say lifestyle? He's fumbling, going all over the place, talking about cooking and making tea bags. If he would have just said, it's a show about Meghan cooking, that wouldn't have been awful. But when you say, and making tea bags, like that is such an alien thing to do, or that is such an elitist thing to do, making tea bags. Do you know how much money Meghan is going to save a lot of people when they realize that they can make their own herbal tea, that they have it within them to make their own brew, that they don't have to go to some exclusive shop, that they can do their own thing and bag it themselves, or that you can make candles that are not toxic in your home. Some candles that we buy are toxic. Did you know that? Some of these candles are toxic. So Meghan gives you the option, get some beeswax. It's much better for your home anyway. Anyway, let me continue this.
And then up pops this video of Gwyneth Paltrow in her kitchen, which was on her Instagram story or Instagram.
Yeah.
The gram. And should we have a look at it?
Uh-oh. You know I can't have no music. Hold on a second. Oh, boy. Yeah, you know I can't have no music. I can't hardly get this thing to move. Okay.
This will be an everlasting love.
And turns out that either they decided let's make some publicity, as I was just saying, out of it, or they are busy mates, because guess what turned up next?
So then we had, there was a Q&A on Gwyneth Paltrow's Instagram, and this was one of the questions and her answer.
I genuinely do not understand this at all whatsoever. Do you understand this?
Oh, genius. I would love to think that Meghan's this PR genius, where, because lots of people over the week's been taking the mickey out of her show and what have you. So she's like, I'm going to get one of my favorite people who've got this incredible following online that everybody loves to pretend to take the mickey. That then blows up, and then we go, no, we're actually friends.
Yes,
and we're all
yes, we should say anyone who's listening to this podcast and didn't see that clip, the camera pans round after Gwyneth Paltrow stops talking, and there's Meghan sort of chomping away at a pancake or something. So yeah, I mean, but I don't know, to get these two people together, surely they're agents and they're advisors, or do they just call each other up and say, hey?
I reckon in my head, circles, baby, circles. They're all in the same circle. Yeah. They're on like a WhatsApp group with the girls.
The Montecito WhatsApp group.
Yeah. And they're like, this is quite funny. And then, they just play it out. I reckon so.
Is that you're heading towards next? Is that like?
Yeah, I'm totally going to be hanging out with the Montecito crew. That's exactly where my career is heading.
Meghan's had a busy week, though. I mean, she's had a busy few weeks, hasn't she? So we've now
got a second series. I don't think we.
Okay, so that was that. But anyway, thank you, Charlene, for setting the record straight. Lifestyle. Yeah, just keep it cute. Lifestyle. You ain't got to go all over the place. You ain't got to try to be disrespectful. Just call it lifestyle. I mean, I keep saying cooking and then I catch myself and then I say lifestyle because it is a lifestyle. It's about soft living. It's about community. It's about making memories with your loved ones. It's all of those things. So lifestyle is all encompassing, and you don't have to go all over the place and say something disrespectful or silly. Lifestyle. You know, I always confuse Brenda and Charlene. I do. I always confuse them. So I know they're different people, but I confuse them. And I probably always will. I always confuse the two of them. And you would think I would know better for obvious reasons, but no, I always confuse those two people. Okay. Now, you guys, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Just take a look at those faces. Before I play this one, tell me, who do you think is going to be a pain in the neck? Which one you think is going to be a pain in the neck? Or have you seen this already? Who do you think is going to be a pain in the neck? Which one? Go on, I'm waiting. Who do you think is going to work your last nerve? Who do you think is going to tear your last pair of drawers? Both? Is that your final answer? Is that your final answer? I'm going to wait for someone else to chime in. Well, I just want you to just take a look at their faces. You don't have to know who they are. Just take a look at their faces and tell me, who do you think is going to go there? Yes. And yes. Yes. The one with the short hair. I just want to say in her defense, maybe it was a producer in her ear, but I kind of get the feeling that she don't like Meghan. And you know how I am. If you don't like Meghan, I don't like you. I just don't. If you don't like Meghan, I don't like you. That is a test to determine whether or not I got time. If you don't like Meghan, I don't like you.
All right, let me go off script for a second because I have gotten pitched this story so many times. It's about the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle. Her latest move is the launch of her own lifestyle brand.
It's a real delight in being able to be a present parent. And it's a luxury sometimes because we all have to work. We all have a lot of stuff to do. But when you can take a minute to just...
Saturday morning.
All right, so honestly, on first blush, everything about this feels straight from Celebrity Playbook 101. But a lot of those ventures actually kind of fizzle out. So why is Markle facing this like wave of criticism? Because there's skepticism of her products, accusations of inauthenticity, and honestly, I can't escape it even when I want to. So I'm going.
You see there? Celebrity Playbook 101. That's the first offense. And even when I try to escape it, I just can't seem to. That's offense number 2. That's the one with the purple jacket. Let me continue. I don't like her.
Unpack all of this with one of my faves. Lisa Resper's France enters the chat. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning, Audie.
Okay, so when the Netflix show first aired, everyone made fun of the Netflix show. Obviously, when her first attempt at a brand, American Riviera Orchard, I think,
Yes.
launched and fizzled, people made fun of that. Is there something particular about the latest wave of Markle vitriol?
Well, yeah, I think there is something particular. This very hit or miss, right, Audie, when it comes to trying to do this. Because on one hand, celebrities launch these lifestyle brands because they have a built-in audience, right? They have a built-in social media audience and they have built-in fan base. So that feels like it makes it a little bit easier. But you also have to hit the sweet spot of giving people what they want, or at least what they think they want, right? So for every Rihanna and Kylie Jenner are making billions of dollars selling makeup, you have a Blake Lively and a Tyra Banks who weren't as successful in that space. So the thing with Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Sussex, I guess we should call her, go by
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
instead.
she'll tell you.
Right,
So
exactly.
That's what she did on the show. But let me follow up on this, because lifestyle brands, I mean, I grew up with Martha Stewart, and so did all of these influencers. Frankly, she is the birth of the industry.
Right.
And it's always been an industry populated by women and women celebrities. Gwyneth Paltrow, I think for millennials, is the de facto. And Meghan Markle and Gwyneth Paltrow appeared in Paltrow's Instagram stories, y'all, and it became a whole thing. Why?
It became a whole thing because the internet had decided that Gwyneth Paltrow was trying to shade the Duchess of Sussex. And so I guess she decided she was going to troll the trolls. And what she did is, while she was doing one of those answer sessions where people ask her questions and then she answers them, one of the questions that came over was like, what do you have to say about this beef? And she's like, with Meghan Markle, and she's like, I have no idea what this is. Do you know what they're talking about? And she turns to Meghan Markle, who's sitting there eating some deliciousness in her kitchen. And she's like, And so it was a really cute way to, number one, not allow the internet to pit two famous women in a lifestyle space against each other, but also to remind folks that we're both very, very rich. Thank you very much.
Okay. I want to ask one more thing, which is, Harry and Meghan, so to speak, exited the British media ecosystem to embrace the US one, which is basically the attention economy and playing on your celebrity status. Are people just over it? Like, is some of this just the exposure fatigue?
I think it is about several things. I think it's about race when it comes to Meghan Markle. I think it's about class. People are just very bitter. They view her as the person that snatched Harry away from the royal family, which to me, I think is incredibly unfair, because if you followed Harry's story, you could tell he was not going to be a regular royal. And he's been very outspoken about wanting to protect his wife. But a lot of people feel like when it comes to the Duchess of Sussex, it very much has to do with not wanting to see a woman of color enjoy the soft life. I mean, here she is going to her bees to collect her own honey. And while we expect that from a Martha Stewart, people don't necessarily want to see that from the Duchess of Sussex. And it's been interesting to watch Black women, in particular, the 92%, those who say that they supported and voted for Kamala Harris, say, you know what? We are going to support her. So they're pulling out their La Cruza. I'm sure I pronounced that incorrectly. And they are hosting parties, and they are saying,
they're
look,
arranging fruit,
right,
they're making pies.
luxury.
Okay, I don't have the time, but I like you, Lisa France, giving me that energy this morning. Thank you
Absolutely.
so much.
Thank you.
All right, let me
Okay.
go off script for a second, because
Oh.
I have gotten pitched this story so many times. It's about the
All right. So the one with the floral dress on, I love the way she ended that by pointing out that there has been an awakening of that 92% that voted for Kamala. That same 92% is definitely reaching out, not only with their cooking habits, their shopping, their gardening. They are saying that I'm a part of this soft life. Whatever you think of me, I'm going to enjoy luxury. I'm going to have nice things and stop counting my money. So yeah, the one with the purple one, you could just look at her face, the rolling of the eyes, the raised corner of her mouth. You can tell that she's not feeling Meghan. And the one on the right with the fluoro on, you know, she finished up very strongly, and I really do appreciate her for that. So, um, but yeah, I'm hoping that it's just the fact that she's the host of this program. We do know CNN is going a bit conservative now. CNN is starting to look more like Fox News every day. So you can't be surprised that there's a certain tone that's coming from a lot of people that are hosting these news segments and such. That's not a surprise, but increasingly, if you see someone black in those spaces, then it's got to be someone who can carry the songs from the Republican hymn book or the conservative hymn book. Otherwise, they may not have a job. So, what she feels in real life or in person or on her own time, I don't know. But it doesn't seem like it took a whole lot to get her to be such an antagonist. Okay. You mean B. Smith, the one who owned a restaurant and everything? Um, Carmen, whatever anybody says, I always take it back to Julia Childs. Public television, Julia Childs. Whoever has come along since seems like the next thing. But as far as I'm concerned, it was Julia Childs, Bon Appetit. That's who I remember first. Anybody else is just somebody else. So I'm not going to give Martha Stewart that credit, although Julia Childs was, you know, mostly about cooking French food. But Julia Childs established that there was an audience for that type of thing. Julia Childs often invited, especially when she got older and she didn't move around so well, she would invite some celebrity chefs, well-known chefs, into the kitchen, and they would cook together or whatever. But to me, that is the genesis. That is the start of things. Is Julia Childs. Lex says, "This be." Uh-huh. Yeah, she's a bitter Betty. Uh right, that is what that means, right, Betty? Uh well, thank you, Legs. I was just thinking the same thing myself. Uh hello, Ivy here. Uh-huh. Yeah, you know, and like I said, CNN, they're trying to get a hold of a very small pie or a very small portion of a pie, because since the election, viewing of all of the media has dropped. But Fox News for years has received more of the cable views than anyone else. MSNBC took the lead for about 5 minutes, I think, but legacy television is shrinking, and there's just not as many people watching. You know, it's interesting if you think about it. When newspapers were the only game in town, people read the paper. And then when radio came along, you were able to listen to news and such on the radio. And then when television came along, a lot of people from print ended up on television. And there are a lot of people who still purchased a newspaper every day. And the newspaper was a way of validating what you would see on television, if that makes sense. I mean, I think my father would just like watch the news and read the paper at the same time. So a lot of people did that, right? And so now you have people on social media reacting to what was said on television. And so it's like you present stuff on social media, and it's almost like you validate it with the television, legacy media news or whatever. And it's like one feeds off the other. So I don't know what happens next. I don't know what kind of media is going to come next, but whatever the next big thing is, I mean, we have social media, we still have legacy media, we have whatever's left of radio, and of course, whatever's left of newspapers. But you put it all together, and people are still very confused, and probably deliberately confused. I think that's the whole point too, is that the powers that be, the unseen hand, they really want to keep us angry and bitter and confused, especially around election time. Keep people angry, bitter, and confused. Okay, where was I? Oh, Duchess of Success. No one wanted a Trump presidency more than the media, including CNN. They had us addicted in Trump's first term. This time I said no, turning off. You know, I think a lot of people after 2016 tuned out. That was my threshold, was 2016. And it was really because of the mental torture and the daily abuse that was coming from the media. And then I think the last big tune out was probably the genocide in Gaza. That is probably what caused a lot of people to just, tune out forever. Because the mainstream media, they're ignoring all of it. And even the protest rallies that have been taking place in the United States, and there have been many, but you don't see it on the evening news. There's a lot of protests, you just will not see it on the evening news. And they have deliberately avoided airing any of that stuff because they just don't want people to know that there are voices of opposition. So I think that over time, there's like the threshold, I think, is election day. So every election day, every presidential election day, every 4 years, I think they lose more and more people from the legacy news media. It is really shrinking, and they have cut pay. And I don't know if anybody else have noticed this, but I have, and I'm trying to be polite when I say this. I have seen some monsters on the local news. They will hire anybody to be a news correspondent nowadays. It is like the circus is in town. When you turn, I'm looking, I'm just like, how'd you get on television? I mean, just some of them don't look like they take a bath. And listen, I ain't got nothing against braids. I've had my hair braided before. But they didn't used to hire people with braids and goatees and stuff like that on the news. How did they get on the news? And then you got I cannot believe, and I'm talking about the local news. I cannot believe, sometimes I look at the local news from around the country and I am just shocked at some of the misfits that they have put on television. It's like I have fallen asleep and probably slept for like 20 years and woke up and I'm just like, where am I? And what are they doing on television? And you know they're not paying those people that much. I'm like, God, this is a whole nother world, isn't it? Yeah. These kids, I mean, and they're kids. These are kids on the local news, like right out of high school, and they're out covering all kind of stuff. I'm like, good God Almighty, where did this person come from? Yeah, almost like somebody escaped an asylum and just stood in front of the camera and started reporting. But you know what? That's my own fault because I hadn't watched local news in so long. When I finally turned it on, I didn't see the gradual change in things. It was kind of like it was all at once. But those people on the local news, they don't make much money. They do not make a lot of money. And the people on the national news, the national news, a lot of them have had pay cuts. And that's why they let a lot of them go, because they don't have the audience to demand that kind of money anymore. Yeah, you cannot trust it anymore. The media cannot be trusted anymore. They are afraid of the occupant of the White House. He changed it before, and now it's probably changed forever. It's going to take a long time, and I don't think anybody would ever trust the mainstream media again, especially after Gaza. I don't think anybody, because TikTok and even Twitter, TikTok and Twitter and Reddit, they gave us a window into what was really happening, and it was believable, and it contradicted everything that we saw on the legacy media. The legacy media was not covering these things. So you could never trust them again. Okay. Let's go here. So check it out. The Board of Trustees of Sentebale. Is that the Board of Trustees? Yeah, that's the new board. They got their jobs like, what, 48 hours ago or something like that? And the one on the right side, oh, where is he from? Oh, there he is right there. The Tusk Board and Advisors. Ian Rollinson is his name. And he was part of William's Tusk, his royal Tusk board or whatever. Now, William said that it was going to be his life's mission to remove all of the ivory from the royal collection. And guess what? When Coronation Day came along, there was more ivory than you could shake a stick at. Now, the real test, the next big test for William's determination is when he becomes king, because that will be the time and place when he will have the ability to have the last word. Let's see if he lives up to his promise to remove all of the ivory from the royal collection, because that's what he promised to do. Just like he was going to create peace in the Middle East, just like he was going to end homelessness, just like he was going to grow his hair back, all of those things that he said he was going to do, none of which he's ever followed through upon. So, what are the chances that he will actually get rid of the ivory from the royal collection? So, this inside man is now on the board of trustees. Yeah, his name is Ian Rollinson. Experienced chair, board of director, charity trustee, and strategy advisor, specializing in leadership of boards of medium to large listed and private companies in a growth and development phase. Alongside supporting an effective executive team with strong governance, clear strategic thinking, and sound values and cultures. Talk about word salad. Anyway, what does that say? UK-based charity focused on wildlife conservation, communities, and education, whose patron is the Prince of Wales. Is that so? Oh, so he's one of Willie's people. That's Willie's guy. How about that? Rory says B. Smith, Barbara Smith, in the 1990s did the whole lifestyle brand. She was a former Black model who had a TV and did her lifestyle and cooking. I ate a few times at her restaurant in New York City. Oh, very cool. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. By the way, you guys, Sentebale, that's the European Union. That's some kind of European Union meeting. I forgot to add the caption for that. But if you look second to the right, that is the head or chairman or whatever of Travelers, the Davies girl, the one that I forget her first name, but that's the one that Harry invited to a meeting at Kensington Palace, and he told her what his vision was, and much to her shock and delight, he offered her a job, and she's been doing it ever since. So as you can see, that is a huge part of Harry's legacy. Sentebale, Invictus, Travelers, and so on. Harry's a very busy man, in spite of what Arthur Edwards implied, that he's just sitting around feeding chickens. Harry is a very, very busy man. What is, let me see. Did you see, is it Pikachu running from the demo in Turkey? What is Pikachu? I feel like I should know what that means. Pokemon. Okay. Is that code for something? Because I don't get it. Now, I love her. I love this lady right here. Oh, you guys, she gets very emotional, and I absolutely love it.
So I'm sitting here watching the Harry and Meghan Netflix.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sound would help.
So I'm sitting here watching the Harry and Meghan Netflix. Oh my God. Can you imagine being born into a business, and a business that's fueled by articles and the paparazzi and stories and secrets sold, secrets given? Can you imagine having a child and having it all over the big screen, like all over the world, it's a boy. Could you imagine like every single breath that you take being dissected and looked at? One of the things that one of the spokespeople said, one of the former spokespeople said that if the royal family, if their story was a novel, then it's at this point in the novel that someone like Meghan would come into the story and change it. And I feel like that's so true. Like she didn't even try, right? And that's how you know it's real. She wasn't like, I'm going to go into the royal family and I'm just going to, you know, change history with all of these things. Like it just happened because it was very natural, very authentic, very genuine, very much out of love. Very much out of love. Like I have no doubt that Prince Harry says, you know, she reminds me of my mother, Princess Diana. Like I have no doubt that that's true. And I have no doubt that they love each other immensely. I also have no surprise that in me that Prince Harry has followed his mother's footsteps of like wanting out of the institution. I just can't imagine like what they go through just being the royal family and everything being hush hush and prim and proper. And then, you know, coming in as like an American with her story and trying to conform to everything. And so I'm sitting here what?
Okay. So apparently her name on the 44 Laura Perry. I think that's what she calls herself. Laura Perry, Lora Perry. Seems like she's one of the last people to have found the Harry and Meghan docu-series on Netflix. And having seen it, she's become quite emotional. And as much as people have criticized Harry and Meghan for making the docu-series, criticized them for speaking their truth, and they've been criticized for things that they've said about the family and the institution and such. It still has had a major impact on people's opinion about the royal family. And thank God for Netflix that there is a permanent record out there where you can hear their side of the story, even though it's just a small portion of it. And I do hope at some point Oprah Winfrey will make available the Oprah interview and even give us the 45 minutes that has not been available. I hope that will happen, because they do have a right to tell their side of the story. And even though week after week, day after day, you hear the most disingenuous people in the world, the British tabloid media, they shouldn't slag off their family. She should talk to her father. Harry is lonely out there, and they don't make any allowances for the fact that Meghan was being racially abused, not only by the institution, but by the British media. They don't consider any abuse from her father, maybe toward her mother, maybe toward her, or her father sitting back and allow racial abuse to happen within the household. They don't make any allowances for that. You know, they speculate about things that they know nothing about, but when it comes to real life things like race and family dynamics, everything is always so one-sided. Everything Windsor was wonderful and anything else is not important. We don't know what happened in the Markle household. We don't know why Meghan eventually stopped talking to her father. I mean, they've had a strained relationship for a very long time. But they don't consider that. Nobody mentions that Thomas Markle doesn't see any of his family, but they're all fixated on those two royal children. They don't care that he doesn't see the others. They don't criticize him for not having a relationship with the others. Everything is so narrow and one-sided. Everything goes through a very narrow gap, and what comes out on the other side of it is misleading. So I'm glad that there's a permanent record. And as for that Windsor family, I think that the way they sell it to the public is that, yeah, things are not so great, but because of a strong sense of duty, we just endure, we keep a stiff upper lip, and so on and so forth. And Harry should have put duty before his happiness, and they allow Will and Kate to do actually it was sinful for them to not work in the past. But now if they don't work, it's because they're driven to make sure that they put their family first and their children first. They don't want Harry to put his family and children first. They want Harry to leave his children, leave his wife, and abandon his home and come back so that he can be abused by the system again. That's what they really want him to do. They don't want the children. They don't want Meghan. They just want Harry. And I do believe that that is something that has been openly discussed amongst the family and even some people in the media, because that old Queen Arthur Edwards, he talks about it too much. There's just been too many times where he said, I believe that Harry is coming back. And I think the only reason why he believes that is because it has been an open discussion. But how they get him back, that remains to be seen. But I believe that they are so sure that Harry is so confused and conflicted that they can pressure him into returning. But they don't have respect for children, especially the royal children. They don't have any respect for those children. So it's easy for them to see a world where those kids are not with their parents, and that it's okay. That is easy for them. That's second nature for them. If it's their kids, their own personal kids, I'm sure they're, they do whatever. But if you're a member of the royal family, then child labor laws, privacy, none of that stuff applies for you. You don't have a right to anything. Yeah, that screams out so loud that Doria is a constant in her life and that the others are nowhere to be found. Just like it says a lot that people assume that the Black side of the family were going to be the ones that are problematic, when it was actually the Beverly Hillbillies or the Los Angeles Hillbillies that were the problem. I mean, even to date, I wonder, because let's face it, it's the tabloid media. They don't give up. But yet we don't hear anything from Meghan's family. We don't hear anything from Meghan's side of her mother's side of the family. Nothing. It's the Los Angeles Hillbillies that won't stop a talking. Or should I say the Filipino hillbilly? Because her father is in the Philippines now. Let me see. Yeah, anybody that Harry married, it was going to be a problem. I'm sure of that. What makes this so disgusting is that add the racist element to it, and that makes it complete. But anybody Harry married, any attention that would have been taken away from the principals, the top of the ticket, anything that would have taken attention away from them was bound to be a problem. They just could not have that. They just could not have that. Don't hear much about stripped down anymore, do we? Yeah, we don't hear much about that stripped down royal family, that stripped down monarchy. There's very little discussion about that. Now, you guys, I'm not the only person that said this, so I don't want to say I told you so. But I did say that it's going to be about 10 or 15 years that there's going to be such a dry period for the royal family, and we're in the middle of it right now. The only reason why there's any interest in that family is because of Meghan. Because of Meghan, because they have the ability to pit one side against the other. That is the only thing that makes that family interesting. Their standard bearers, especially their British standard of beauty, Kate Middleton. Where is Kate Middleton right now? Where is she? I'm sure she is exhausted from the day-to-day, back-to-back work that she did. Nothing she does sticks. Nothing. The only time she's ever had any resemblance of a popularity is that people thought that she was in a a block of cement. People thought she was in a blue tarp somewhere out in the desert. That was the only reason why she had any popularity. It wasn't the cancer. It was the fact that she was missing. It was the fact that she was missing. The fact that people thought she had cinder block shoes on. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why she had any popularity. She had to go missing. A whole royal princess. A whole royal princess was missing. There were no confirmed public sightings of her for 172 days. And that was the only way that they could make people take an interest in her. It wasn't a jar of raspberry preserve. It was not an outfit. It wasn't speaking a second language. None of that. It wasn't even a marriage. About 5 minutes after they said, "I do," the world just moved on. There was nothing interesting. One of the things that speaks volumes about how lackluster Will and Kate, how lackluster they are, is the fact that NBC literally cut the budget for covering their wedding. Cut the budget because there was a total lack of interest. We hadn't seen a big royal wedding since 1981, and there was a total lack of interest. Nobody cared. Everybody saw the gown. They said, looks like Grace Kelly. And then they moved on. Oh, look who's merching these days. Look who's doing merchandise these days. Well, as I live and breathe, it's Princess Beatrice. Yes, Princess Beatrice is the queen of merch now. Did you all know that? It's not Zara. It's not Sarah Ferguson. It's Beatrice. And by the way, you guys, the person that she's doing this merch for, she actually has some pretty nice things. I looked at her website, and there's a certain aesthetic there that I thought was very interesting. But let's see, Royal Fan Spot, never before seen photo of Princess Beatrice baby in social media posts after she opened up about her premature birth. Now, the baby is in a picture frame, and that picture frame comes from, what company is that? Anyway, oh yeah, I think it's whatever, Alice. Yeah, Mrs. Alice. Mrs. Alice. That's the name of the company, Mrs. Alice. But yeah, they got some pretty nice stuff. And a crane, I think that bird is a crane, is like the mascot or whatever. But take a look here. Now, Liz Jones seems to be warning her, don't be another Meghan. Too late for that. But yeah, so there you go. She's doing merch. I'm guessing she must have got some free stuff in exchange. I don't know. I don't know what exchange there was, or maybe she's just helping a friend, but whatever it is, she's doing merch. Oh, see there? That must be the Easter merch or for spring or whatever. But yeah, she got some interesting stuff on her website. Oh, okay. I didn't see that little pouch hanging down, so that's where I said it was a historic, but you see what I mean? There's no pouch. But whatever it is, very interesting aesthetic. Now, part of Meghan's influence, by the way, you guys, I still got about at least another half hour of stuff to share with you. So, fair warning, I still got about 15 slides left. Where did I go? Here you go. We may earn a commission. Oh, I can barely see that. Let me see. We may earn a commission if you buy something from any affiliate link on our site. Okay, so that's British Vogue letting you know that they're doing affiliate links. Celebrity Beauty. I got Meghan Markle's Montecito manicure. I didn't know that that was a thing. A Montecito manicure? What in the world is that? Well, apparently, people are looking at Meghan's nails, and they are taking such a strong interest in the fact that Meghan's very well manicured nails, which look impeccable at all times, it makes women want to go shorter. Some women are looking at Meghan's nails and they're just like, you know what? My nails are too long. I think I need to go shorter. So they're calling it the Meghan Markle manicure. Is there anything Meghan doesn't influence? Is there anything Meghan doesn't influence? Now, unfortunately, I think I lost the article. I had it. No, I don't. So anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. But there you go. British Vogue is citing Meghan for the trend of shorter nails this season. And then let's get to the Meghan effect. As I mentioned in the title about 2.5 hours ago, the Meghan effect. Now, leave it to the Daily Mail to say something as crass and tacky as this: Sussex for sale. But like I said, I'm not offended. I'm not offended. It kind of makes me happy. I'm not happy that they're using that language, but I am happy that our Duchess is finally cashing in on the billion-dollar industry that surrounds pretty much her life. I want Meghan to benefit from it. I believe Meghan deserves to benefit from it. There's all kind of people making money because of Meghan. For good reasons and for the worst reasons, they're making money. There's people who cannot stand her. And where did I see that the other day, where someone said that they have friends in the UK and they speak to their friends and they speak about how much they cannot stand Meghan. They've gotten into conversations, heated conversations about Meghan. And those friends will say, you know what, I just cannot stand her. There's something about her. I don't know what it is. I don't like her. But you know what? I got to get that sweater she was wearing. If I don't get that sweater, my life won't be complete. So someone you cannot stomach wears a particular brand of sweater or jumper, and you're not going to sleep until you get it, and you're sure you're not a fan. Are you sure? No, I'm not a fan, but I love that sweater. I got to have that sweater. Now, the Amelia Wickstead, another brand to benefit. Oh, and by the way, let me see. I want to give credit to the Squaddie who put this amazing thread together on Twitter. I mean, listen, guys, I cannot take credit for putting this together because I did not. I was so impressed by this thread. Let us continue. Another brand to benefit from with love, Meghan, Amelia Wickstead. Amelia Wickstead. A British designer Meghan has worn numerous times. In one episode, Meghan wore a ship-print midi dress from the label, helping the brand gain $362,000 in media impact value, according to Women's Wear Daily. Let's go over to Blue Salt. We shared this the other day. We'll do it again. Blue Salt. Blue Salt sold over 300 units, 300 t-shirts in one day. And that's big for them because they don't come cheap. After Meghan wore one on With Love, Meghan. Quote from founder and CEO Lindy Benson: she is in a league of her own. And then there's the Jeannie Kane Impact, a $395 striped beige sweater from Jeannie Kane sold out after Meghan draped it over her shoulders on the show. Quote from Laura Anderson, Vice President of Brand and Creative: a $395 striped beige sweater from Jeannie Kane has been around since July of 2023, but it sold out this month after Meghan draped it over her shoulders on on the show. And then let's move over here to the right. Leling, is it Leling? Let's see. Impact. A pair of jeans Meghan wore on the show sold over 500 pairs in about 2 weeks. Quote from co-founder and CEO Molly Howard: the brand had sent the jeans to Meghan, and after the episode, dropped, the company sold over 500 pairs of pans in about 2 weeks. And Crocs. Impact. A $40 pair of clogs Meghan wore while feeding chickens sold out online in most women's sizes. Searches for the shoes on Croc website increased by 70%. Quote from a Crocs company spokesperson: a $40 pair of clogs wore during this episode. She feeds chicken. Okay, same thing. And increased by 70% compared to last month. Next. Okay. Oh, I did that twice, the blue salt. And okay, skip over here to the right side then. The Meghan Markle effect sees jewelry brand Valencia Keys sales spike 11,000%. How is that possible? Changing my life in such a big way. So apparently she had been sitting on merchandise, and a lot of it, like a year's worth or 8 months worth, something like that, she said. And if I'm correct, I believe she said it sold out in a day. In a day, it was all sold out. And then over here, Meghan Markle's Netflix show got one thing very right. Let me see. Fashion brands and reaping the benefits of her aspirational wardrobe. Netflix show generates 10 million in media exposure. Okay, and over here on the right, you got Zara. As a result of Meghan's high-low fashion moment, Zara also saw a major media impact value boost, earning $973,000. Now that's the impact value boost, earning $973,000. So almost $1 million of impact. Wow. How about that? Let's see. The Italian luxury brand Loro Piana. The Italian luxury brand benefited greatly from Meghan's quiet luxury styling in the series, earning $1 million, according to Women's Wear Daily. Okay, and then the Ulla Johnson, Meghan's $950 blue dress from the show's promo image led to over 1,000 people signing up for the wait list. Now, how much is 1,000 times $950? How much is 1,000 times $950? Anybody? Quote from Ulla Johnson spokesperson: over 1,000 people signed up to join the wait list. Meghan wears in her show. Okay, so there you go. There you go. That is the Meghan effect. Black women show off their Le Creuset to defend Meghan. This was on NBC News on their website. We too deserve nice things. And then moving over to the right. Oh yeah, that's Ted Sarandos. Whether you love or hate the Duchess of Sussex new lifestyle show with Love Meghan, it's already affecting the way we're shopping for food. Waitrose has reported that since the series dropped on Netflix, okay, searches for edible. Okay, we saw that one before. All right. Oh, 950,000. Thank you, Marshar. 950,000. Wow. Go, Meghan. Go, Meghan. Wait, where am I at? Okay, over here. And of course, the quote from Ted Sarandos. You just launched Meghan Markle's lifestyle series with Love Meghan, and you have a stake in her as ever business. You are making and distributing physical products from edible flowers to baking mixes. Is Netflix interested in e-commerce? We're passive partners in Meghan's company. Oh, I like that. Passive partners. And is a big discovery model for us right now. So, from what that sounds like, Netflix is testing the waters with some of that direct sales or marketing or whatever. Sounds to me like they're testing the waters. Why was she the right person to bet on? And he says, I think Meghan is underestimated in terms of her influence on culture. When we dropped the trailer for the Harry and Meghan docu-series in 2022, everything on screen was dissected in the press for days. The shoes she was wearing sold out all over the world. The Hermes blanket that was on the chair behind her sold out everywhere in the world. People are fascinated with Meghan Markle. She and Harry are overly dismissed. Thank you, Ted. So here's the summary. Oh, it was Rebecca Sussex. That's who put this thread together. So thank you, Rebecca Sussex. This has been lovely. So the summary, oh God, that is so small. Let me lean in. Oh, my eyes are hurting. Let me see. Oh, it helps if I take my glasses off. The success of With Love Meghan goes beyond just TV ratings. It has become a major marketing vehicle for both luxury and contemporary brands, from clothing to cooking equipment. The show's ability to generate millions in brand value highlights Meghan's undeniable influence on fashion and lifestyle trends. Most notably, her own brand, As Ever, saw the biggest boost, setting it up for a strong launch later this year. Please tell me it's going to be very soon. Whether through fashion, home goods, or media ventures, Meghan continues to shape consumer trends on a global scale. Yes, she does. So thank you again, Rebecca. Let's see. The success of With Love Meghan goes beyond just TV rap. Oh, that was the same thing as over there. All right. And of course, right here, following the demand, Meghan launched what is that? She launched well, you know what she did, the Shop My something something. And oh wow, these are all the products. And then of course, you know you got to top it off with Le Creuset. God's child, thank you so much for the super chat. The CNN host upset me. Meghan is bullied because she is American and biracial. White American co-star suffered in the 1980s for dating a prince. Kate was a commoner and morphed to an English rose because of Meghan. God help future spouses who are not aristocrats. Hear, hear. And thank you, God's child, for the very thoughtful super chat. And you know what? You're right about that. Kate was elevated into an English rose because of Meghan, because they created this contrast, this vitriolic contrast. And that is one of the reasons why I get very annoyed with Kate, is because there's no denying that she directly benefited from the hate campaign. And as far as any of us can tell, she has done nothing at all to signal any distress about the mistreatment that Meghan received. She seems to actively participate. And the reason why I feel as though she is as big a part of it as anyone else is because she ignored Meghan and Harry at Westminster Abbey. Now, that was before the Oprah interview. That was before they were officially gone from public duty. But there was that hostility. And where does that come from? Where does that come from? Kate seemed to have been annoyed with Meghan from the beginning. And I'm basing that on what Harry wrote in his book. I'm basing that on what they said in the Oprah Winfrey interview. And I believe them. I do. They have tried to paint Kate as this courageous and tough person, that she's this formidable woman with a business savvy and leadership capability. So surely if she's all those things, if you notice that a woman within, your reach is being mistreated by the press, by the courtiers that work for you, or by anyone, it seemed like you would have had something to say about it. She did not. Sarah Ferguson went on the Oprah Winfrey Show years ago and spoke about that institution. And she spoke about the way the institution attempts to control everything you do, who you see, all of that stuff. She spoke about it. And she got in trouble, but she spoke her truth. So it's not like Kate would lose everything if she demonstrated some humanity. But she doesn't, because she doesn't have it in her. She has no friends. She literally has no friends. She has, especially girlfriends, none. There's no reason why there is no event where Kate has been photographed, recorded in some kind of way by members of the public. There's no reason why that shouldn't happen, except she didn't go anywhere. She didn't do anything. She's totally absent and void from even the smallest, the most innocuous things that everybody does. And yet, this woman who is a prisoner of the institution, Kate Middleton, and I do believe she's as much a prisoner. And as Harry said, they don't know that they're trapped. They don't have enough sense to know that they're trapped. His father, his brother, they don't know that they're trapped, but they know everything goes their way. That much they're aware of, but they don't know that they're in a trap. And I believe Kate is equally clueless. So thank you very much again, God's child. And Olive Perry, thank you for the super sticker. Wow. Pounds. I'm getting pounds tonight. Thank you very much for that. And did you notice that it's like it matches the La Crusade? See there? You all are matching the La Crusade. Thank you very much for that. And as always, thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Poor Kate. Princess of Wales jewelry designer. Now, you guys, this is so pitiful. Try not to laugh. I said, try not to laugh. Princess of Wales jewelry designer reveals how Kate's support has helped transform her brand. The Duchess, 43, who stepped back from frontline royal duty alongside her husband in 2020, wrote over a screen recorded video of her new online store. Many of you have asked, so here you go. A little shopping to start the week. The link opens to a Shop My storefront, and Meghan's first drop includes a 148-pound white linen shirt, Heidi Merrick's Windsor gown. And anyway, I just think it's so pitiful that they oh, wait a minute, that bottom part. Okay, let me see. I'm getting a little confused here. I think that bottom part is about Meghan. That top part was, let me find the original thing. But anyway, I just think it's so sad. They have been trying to push this thing about a what is her name? Kate, a Kate effect. They have been it's so sad. You guys, it is so sad. It really is. It's pitiful. I'm just like, I'm embarrassed for them. I am truly embarrassed for them. I'm embarrassed for her. What Kate effect? There is no Kate effect. They're just making that up. And they even got so desperate last week. They said that there was some Kate effect on, you know what? You won't believe it, but that is, okay, I'm looking at the entire article now. Princess of Wales transformed. Okay. Oh gosh, let me see here. Jewelry designer Kiki McDonald. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but this is funny. Even the name is funny. So, what is it? Kiki McDonald? Where did I leave off? Has revealed how Princess of Wales support has helped transform her business. The fifth generation British jeweler who operates from her something London store off Sloane Square in Chelsea told how charming Kate Middleton is massively helpful. I'm sorry, y'all. The Princess of Wales has changed so many brands and taken them to the next level. And every brand would say how grateful they are to have her. I am very grateful to her, Kiki told Hello Magazine. Oh, bootlicking Hello. No wonder. Like Diana, no mention of Meghan. Like Diana, she understands how she can help British brands by wearing them and is massively helpful. How many times they gonna say massively until we believe it? It's so pitiful. The royal mother, too, has sported Kiki's pierced at a string of, I'm sorry, not pierced. What am I saying? Pierced has worn her pieces at a string of high-profile events such as Wimbledon, with Kate's range including a $3,500 pair of diamond earrings and a striking amethyst pair. Kiki, I can't get over that name, Kiki. Kiki has an Kiki has enjoyed the royal family support since 1986, the year when the Sarah, the Duchess of York, wandered into the store for a necklace and a pair of earrings. One thing led to another, and then Diana, the Princess of Wales, was knocking on the store door soon after. Kiki recalls one morning, I was in the kitchen making a cup of coffee, and the builder who was working there said, Princess of Wales Diana is knocking at the door. And I said, yeah, right. It's too early for jokes. Okay. The royal family support has allowed Kiki, who is a business mentor for the King's Trust. Oh, God. No wonder. Kate, I'm skipping over this because they going into too much stuff. All right. Now, see, you look at the picture of her wearing that yellow dress right there. How can you see those earrings when her wonky looking eye and that crooked mouth is drawing all the attention away from the jewelry? I can't see the jewelry because I'm always trying to figure out that weird facial tic that she has. When somebody has a facial tic like that, you can't see no jewelry. You know what I'm saying? If somebody has a weird little facial tic like that, how can you see the jewelry? I can't see it. I still can't see it. Leg says, how those yes, the vampire dress, the vampire wife's dress, those went out of business. And that was Kate's favorite. Are they in the crypt? Yes, Kate used to wear those vampire dresses and they went out of business. So if Kiki, somebody needs to take her to the side and say, Kiki, listen, girl, if you want your business to survive, you best keep Kate's name out your mouth because everything she touches goes under. Yeah, everything she touches goes under. It's just like if you close to the royal family and your name is Sophie, whatever business you have is going under. Whether it's a not-for-profit organization or a PR firm. If your name is Sophie, it's going under. So, as a matter of fact, I think the name Sophie is Latin for business that's going under. So, thank you, Legs. But yeah, that's what Sophie means. In Latin, Sophie means businesswoman whose business is going under. That's what Sophie means. Whether it's Sophie Wessex or honorary Dr. Sophie, your business is going under. You're probably heavily in debt and your business is going under. Now, oh, you guys, get the violins out. Lonely Prince Harry didn't know his father was in hospital in cancer battle until he saw it on the news. As worried friends say, the Duke barely leaves his Montecito mansion and is now Meghan Markle's spare. An insider have said, oh gosh, not the insider. Insider have said the Prince of Sussex, The Prince of Sussex. Who wrote this? Yeah, it's in the Daily Mail. The Prince of Sussex is lonelier than ever and now barely leaves his Montecito mansion as Monday marks the 5th anniversary of their leaving or stepping down from the royal. You know, I don't use that M word. I think it's very disrespectful and misogynist. But yeah, so here's what I got to say about that. So what? Harry's life is in California. Harry's children are in California. Harry's wife is in California. His home with a mortgage with his name on it. He has a mortgage. He didn't do like his father and just, throw $1 million here, $10 million there. He took out a mortgage for a mansion. So his name is on the mortgage. He has plenty of business to do. He has money invested. He's not just sitting around. And if he chooses to step away from anything and everything for days at a time or weeks at a time, like when he took a maternity leave for the birth of Lilibeth, that's his business. How many times have we heard them say that they're putting the children first? Not Harry and Meghan, Will and Kate. William and Kate are always going to put the children first. We have heard Big Arm Becky English say it over and over again that they're putting the children first. So if Harry is sitting at home with his kids, that's his business. However, I find it hard to believe that Harry is just sitting idly by while Meghan is in production with her lifestyle show, because guess what? Harry is Archwell Production. Archwell Production is Harry. They are executive producers. If it comes from Archwell, they are the executive producers. In other words, if he's not on camera, it does not matter. It is still Archwell Production. And who is Archwell? Harry and Meghan. So they're like trying to paint this picture that Meghan pats him on the head and he hands her a briefcase and she doesn't come home until late at night. Whatever. They work from home. Their staff is in an office in Hollywood. Didn't we find that out when they called her a dictator in heels? That there is little physical interaction with the staff because they're in an office in Hollywood and Harry and Meghan are at their stately palatial Sussex manor. So none of that makes any sense for several reasons. Karen with a C. Oh, was it Singapore? You know what? I knew it was somewhere in Asia. I think you're right. It was Singapore because Harry wanted to take a picture with Nacho, but there's actually a picture with Nacho, Honorary Dr. Chalker, and Harry. And Harry kept trying to get away because he really wanted to talk to these other people. And they kept asking him for another picture, not her, but whoever the press was. And then he finally got away from him. Okay, thank you very much for that. Hey, stay informed. I like that. It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll stay outside for a while and just smile. Okay, so I prepared a few slides to make my case. Aside from everything that I just said, this is poor, lonely Harry. Poor, lonely, downtrodden, down in the mouth Harry with nothing better to do but love his wife, love his daughter, his son, their team of canines, the chickens, their huge garden, which includes a tea house, and of course, all of his philanthropy and investments and chief impact officer kind of work. Yeah, he don't have enough to keep him busy. How about when they thought Harry and Meghan wasn't doing nothing, and all of a sudden they made the announcement that they were going to Nigeria? I guess that just put itself together. How about when they went to Colombia? I guess that just put itself together. How about Harry going to New York, dazzling everybody in September of 2024? That just happened. Had nothing to do with Harry. Of course, in between planning for the Invictus Games, again, Harry just sits around feeding the chickens. Let's see. Same old playbook. Harry does work and Meghan supports him. Where is Meghan? She is a trad wife. When Meghan is doing work, where is Harry? He is lonely. They try to put them against each other all the time. Yeah, and don't you remember the other day? I just showed you those headlines from the Daily Mail when, just as you say, when one is working, where's the other? When the other's working, where's the other? Yep, like clockwork. It never fails. It never fails. Anybody who believes that they actually have inside information needs to have their heads examined, because they don't know what's happening. If they knew anything, then Nigeria and Colombia would not have been a surprise. Jamaica, when they went to Jamaica, they should have known. All these insiders and such, they should have known Harry and Meghan were taken off to go to Jamaica. Yet they plan all these events. And also notice, there were no leaks from With Love Meghan. There were no leaks. When Harry and Meghan did the Oprah Winfrey interview, Oprah Winfrey made an announcement to the cast and crew, or the crew, if you will. She made the announcement that this is very important, and so on and so forth. Obviously, these are people that Meghan probably did not know. I mean, not Meghan, but Oprah just hired these people because, she doesn't have a regular show anymore. But I'm sure maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But there were no leaks from the Oprah interview. We didn't know about it until they wanted us to know. There's no leaks in Montecito. There's no leaks in Hollywood. There's nothing. Even Variety, for as much as they try to say all these things, they don't know anything. There's no leaks. They can plan all sorts of things, and nothing comes out until they want people to know about it. And yet you have these tabloid reporters trying to tell you, trying to convince you that things were going so much better for them when they were in the UK. And that's why I always say they want to use them as the cautionary tale. This is the hell that is your life if you ever leave this institution. Is that understood? If you go, you won't make it. You'll never survive. That's what they want to convince people, is that you cannot live without that institution. And it's just not true. Harry and Meghan have proved to the world that there is life on the other side. Let me see. Yeah, so with that, you guys, I am done. I cannot believe it's been 3 hours and 12 minutes. Wow, that is interesting. I don't know how that happened. I feel like somebody roofied me. How have I been on here for 3 hours? Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, the Cambridges, as they were called at the time, they gave a lot of lip service to being hands-on parents, and things were going to be very different for their family compared to what Harry and his brother went through. But still, you see them parading those children around. Those kids, on quite a few occasions, and I don't know the Cambridge kids or the Wales kids. I don't know them. I don't know what their personalities are, their set point or whatever. But there's some very miserable images of those kids where I would say they look like the stereotypical children of divorced parents, where they look sad, they look a bit angry. There's a lot of things that I could say that I see there. Although I don't feel comfortable saying that about someone else's children, but I am so glad and so grateful that Archie and Lily will not have to experience that. They're never going to have a normal life like most children, but I don't trust that institution. There's even been articles where they seem to objectify Charlotte. And that makes me uncomfortable. I don't like them referring to Louis as though he's a court jester. And Lorraine, who, by the way, Lorraine of the Lorraine show, Lorraine Kelly? She met Camilla today, or she spent time with Camilla today. Isn't she the one who referred to Louis as a clown? That is what she said. She called him a clown. Just like William is spending time at the farm that belongs to Jeremy Clarkson. You know, the same Jeremy Clarkson who said those terrible things about Meghan. Yeah, they look very resentful in those photos. They really do. They really do. And I promise you, I'm not just saying this. I don't take comfort in talking about those kids like that. But I look at them and I feel sad. I look at them and I feel sad. And that this last Christmas, if you compared the last Christmas at Westminster Abbey, the Christmas Carol, if you compare that to the Christmas Carol the year before, it's like something terrible. And I don't just mean the cancer thing. It seems like the relationship with the parents have soured. William shows up with the kids. Kate arrives to Westminster Abbey first. That never made sense to me. Now, one could say, oh, she had to go early because, it's her Christmas Carol and she had to set things up. No, she just goes in and talks to people, and then she comes back out and greets the car with her husband and children. That is strange. Will and Kate never hold hands. They're doing selfies now. They are hugging the public, but they don't embrace each other and they don't hold hands. The last time we saw them being tactile with each other, and I don't mean just Kate slapping him on the behind, was when they made that god-awful video romping through the woods and jumping over sand dunes and stuff. That was the last time that we seen any contact for them. But they don't hold hands. They're supposed to be modern royals. And that's the least that you could do is hold hands. They don't do it. But take a good look, you guys. That is sad, lonely Harry with nothing to do. Yeah, with nothing to do. And oh gosh, what was his name? Arthur Edwards. Anyway, they were making this big fuss about how well, and usually it's Arthur Edwards that says that, where he talks about how Harry was something. He was important when he was over here, and he had the respect of the country and so on and so forth. Even though there are videos of Harry's own words saying that he would rather be in a hostile area of combat than to go back to London and be in all that. That he would rather be a park ranger in Africa than to go back to London and be a part of all of that. He's even said that he gets physically ill. He feels ill when the plane gets to London. And yet, they want us to believe that Harry is missing out on something and he's just not whole and complete if he's not a part of that. That's what they tell us. Yep, if you listen to them, which I don't recommend, but if you listen to them, Harry is in a deep depression. He's being bullied by Meghan. He has no purpose. You know, when you guys, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but Trump doesn't care about Harry. Trump doesn't care about William. He doesn't care about that royal family. Trump cares about Trump. Trump speaks of Harry when he has been preempted by the royal reporters or someone from the British media. That's when he speaks of Harry. He doesn't just sit there brooding out of the blue and oh, I'm going to get him. I don't. And you know, he says, well, I don't like the way he treated his grandmother, and that was very disrespectful. That is what they told him to say. That is what they wanted him to say. It is all done in exchange for this or that. It is a transactional statement because he does not care. Donald Trump really doesn't care. So I wasn't worried about Harry directly to do with Trump, but just the influence of others is what would cause problems, is that there's those instigators. Let me see, where is it?
The thing is, if they're successful, well, you know, she's got to go it, and she's got to give her sort of credit for that, in my view. You know, it's not such a
Okay. Fair warning, you guys. I'm gonna play the soundbite from this again from yesterday. It includes Arthur Edwards, the dreaded Arthur Edwards. So if you don't want to hear it, say goodnight. Say goodnight, Gracie. And then, of course, as usual, we will discuss on the other side.
Right, you two. Let's have a quick chat about 5 years on from Megxit. Are we able to say who's come out on top and whether it was the right decision for the Buckingham Palace and also the Sussexes?
I don't think they've come out on top. No, I think they're doing okay in a society where it's important to be like that, and they're doing pretty well in America. But you know, in 10 years, I mean, in 5 years' time, I hope Harry's back here working for the royal family, because I worked with him when he did that, and he was brilliant at it. And I think what I see him doing in America now, I don't think he's fulfilling his full potential. He's playing polo matches and doing very little, and he misses his working her socks off. You know, I mean, whatever we say about these shows, you know, they take a lot of organising, a lot of filming, and a lot of refilming and doing it properly. And this Harry's doing anything. In fact, we don't see Harry much these days. So I think that the 5 years they managed to accuse the royal family of racism. They've said some awful things about Camilla. He's been writing about his fighting with his brother. All the things you just don't do. You keep all that out of the limelight. You don't talk about the family. And she's been on to Oprah Winfrey, and she's done all this, saying all these things, some of which is untrue. And I think, you know, all we do is talk about them, you know, every day in the papers or doing something. We're just talking about them. So they must be doing something.
Listening to that, Bronte, that Arthur's just listed everything that has happened since Megxit, has it been a successful Megxit for Harry and Meghan? Is this where they envisaged that they would be 5 years on from leaving the royal family?
You can't imagine that it is, because you cast your mind back. I can remember very clearly in 2020, obviously they had a lot of critics for the way that they left the royal family, but they also did have a lot of supporters, particularly in the US. And I think that they sort of, for me, it looked like they kind of had the world at their feet, because they had left something that is such a unique institution. There was only a handful of people that had the status that they had. There was unprecedented interest in them, whether you're a fan or a critic. They went over there and it felt like this is the start of a real empire. You know, everyone was clamoring to sign them, as we saw with these mega deals in the first year or so.
I think it would be hard to argue that this is not now 5 years on how they'd imagined it. It's how they'd imagined it, because reputationally, particularly since last year, the Hollywood Reporter article for me in around September was a real turning point, because it's obviously an industry Bible over there.
Yeah. Right, you two. Let's have a quick chat about.
So, right there, the Hollywood Reporter article, they will never, ever acknowledge the fact that there is a horrible bias from any of the reporters that are from the British tabloid media universe, which systematically Rupert Murdoch and others have taken over all of these legacy publications in the US. And they have brought that brand of gossip, innuendo, and of course, if you really are honest about it, the media, the British tabloid media, is a protection racket. It really is a protection racket. It operates like a protection racket. Most of the tabloids in the US and so many of our legacy, good old-fashioned hometown newspapers and magazines have been overrun with the likes of the British tabloid media. It's kind of like the difficulty in casting a Black actor to play historic Black figures nowadays. You want Martin Luther King? You got to find a Black English actor. Harriet Tubman? You got to find a Black English actress. And it's the same with the media. If you want to fill these positions in these newsrooms, you have to import an English columnist or whatever. You have to import someone. The Americans are not good enough. They cannot be trusted to do things the way they want them done. So that was very disingenuous. When they quote page 6, they don't mention that it's Rupert Murdoch. When they quote, they don't mention the course that the New York Post may as well be the Sun, right? And of course, they're kind of partial to the Sun for obvious reasons. They don't mention that stuff, but it is a factor. And there's so many times when they have actually, anytime they report about the Sussexes, especially when it's something negative, they should make it very clear that they're in litigation with the Sussexes, with Harry or Meghan. They never do. They don't mention that for nothing. There was a time when most newspapers would say, you should know that so-and-so, or such and such is a subsidiary, or they don't do that anymore. And they don't care to do it. They don't want to do it. Hey, Bunny Rose. There's a reason why he can't sit up straight. And that is because, he's at that age when certain parts of his anatomy has shifted. Perish the thought. But certain parts of his anatomy has shifted. Gravity is a mother, okay? Gravity is a mother. So that's why he sit like that. Might be something in his chair. Now, let's go to the other one, shall we? I think they call it mental gymnastics. Mental gymnastics, when you have to go through a whole lot to try to convince people that or gaslighting. You can call it gaslighting.
Why shouldn't she?
It's also just the final sort of part of that transformation into an influencer. They all do that.
Yeah, but then she's supposed to be a duchess of the royal family. Should they be doing that? I don't know.
But I mean, she's been criticised, I think. Why? Is it mainly because she posted that image with Lilibet and Archie just a couple of minutes before?
I think that there's, you've just touched on it then as well. There's this real identity crisis. It's like, who is she?
Yeah.
She didn't want the kids to be on display in the royal family, which I think a lot of parents understand to a point. But then she's launched the Instagram and she's using the kids, which again is her prerogative, but it just can't.
Let me interrupt. If a member of the British press, a radio personality, whatever, compares your child to a chimpanzee and everybody defends him and declares that he's been punished enough, which is what they did with Jeremy Clarkson. Remember how they said he's been punished enough? They always say, okay, enough is enough. I promise you, people that have done similar things in the US never work again. But in the UK, the media will circle the wagons and make sure that you always have a job. Totally different.
Kind of falls out of step with what she said previously. And then, there's her monogram with the crown on it, but then she's kind of an influencer, which she has the right to earn money, but it just looks a bit jarring going, having the royal stamp on it. So I just see it all as a bit of an identity crisis. I think that's the core of the issue.
After the Queen died, she named her son Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. I mean, she got that title for those children. I don't know. She's in a strange world, really, because she's using that title because it's not from a great acting career. She's known. It's from marrying into the royal family, and she's using that. But you know what? The videos they made, they got millions for that. The book, they're just, I suppose, looking for more and more ways to make lots of money.
Well, that has been branded tacky, the fact that you're just looking at ways to make money and putting pictures of your children on Instagram.
It's probably tacky here, but in America, it's not probably the same. I mean, in America, it's all money-driven, everything. But here, it's, we probably think it's a bit tacky and probably don't think it's the right thing to do. But in America, maybe, if Gwyneth Paltrow is doing it, Meghan's doing it, and they do well, probably get some other film star come along and do something similar. But I'm not a big fan of Meghan's, but she's getting off and backside and doing something with her life. She's trying to make a go of things, and whether it succeeds or not, she's had a go. Now I saw that. I said last time I was on the show that I watched the first one of that series about the cooking, and it was boring. And for me, it was very boring. But for some people, it might have been really interesting. They couldn't wait for the next one and the next one. And probably in America, we're not looking at it through their eyes. That's probably, they think that's a good thing. She's out there, she's working hard and making money. What I worry is, where's Harry in all this? We don't see him doing anything. He's not involved in any of it. He just seems to be wandering around, probably feeding his chickens. I don't know what he's doing all day long, but she seems to be beavering away. And for any, as I say, I'm not a fan of hers, but at least she's doing something with her life.
Yeah.
Is this a really good point? I mean, this moves on to the next
I agree
issue.
completely, by the way. Yeah.
The next issue is her podcast, and if we're going to give her credit, and I think it's only fair sometimes, to just not attack, but if you do something that we think deserves credit, of course.
What? Not attack. That's all y'all do is attack.
Talk about it. So is it the case that this Confessions of a Female Founder is her podcast? It's talking about entrepreneurs. It's trying to elevate women. It's talking about, I think it's called it Girls Talk, and talking about advice that turns small ideas into billion-dollar businesses. So we talked about her being a social media influencer. Is she now, with this podcast, an entrepreneur? And is that something that we should give her credit for as like a working mum, for instance?
Well, I certainly will listen to it. I mean, I listen to a lot of podcasts. I listened to one this morning on the radio about James Dyson and the success he had with his life and how he struck % I read somewhere.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. I got one more, you guys. I got one more.
His life and how he struggled for years before he became successful. And there's thousands of podcasts on there every day. So she'll just join another list of people doing it. But, she may have something interesting to say. And some of the people she brings along might be even more interesting. Have you seen how many people turn up? I don't know how many of her so-called friends she invited to the wedding. I still have friends who don't see her much with her. But we'll just have to wait and see. I think, she's going to do it. And there's nothing we can do about it except we can listen to it and we'll say whether we like it or not. We just have to see.
Monty, is the wife of Prince Harry setting up a podcast? Is she an entrepreneurial icon?
I think she would like to be from this point forward. It remains to be seen when we listen to it, how that goes. But I do think she's in a bit of a no man's land. People don't like to see laziness. People don't like to see, someone using their connections and coasting along. And in that regard, the fact that she's out there and working, and exactly like you said, working hard at building something. Some people like it, some people don't. But at the end of the day, she has to earn a living and she is trying. So even though I found her show boring myself, at least she made it. And at least she's doing a podcast now. And really, isn't that what we've asked for? People say they just want them to go away, but the reality is that they have to earn an income. So, if you don't like it, you don't have to listen to it. I'll certainly give it a go. I don't think it's going to reinvent the wheel. It didn't really excite me too much, but maybe it will. Maybe she'll showcase a bit more of personality and
she's certainly she's certainly good at it, when she presents things, and she does it beautifully, and she's good at it. I mean, we'll see what the podcast is. But the podcast will be it's all about content. Just see if she's got much content, or get some famous people in, the tennis player, Serena Williams, and some of the other people, the Clooney's, maybe they might come, who knows? And it just might be just great, but we'll see. We've got to give it a chance.
Do we want to do any predictions for this? I mean, I think we all got a little bit tired and bored
Well, I feel like we're talking about it, really, Matt.
Yeah.
Anything else to talk about?
With this, specifically on this podcast, I mean, what do you think, Bronte? Do you think it will be a success? Do you think is it just there to boost her fame and to boost, put her all over the newspapers and in the press, because we're undoubtedly going to write about it? Or is this, going to be a success?
It ties in with the other things that she's doing. So I understand it from that perspective. Maybe it will be empowering and it will appeal to the, audience that it needs to. What I really hope from it, but I don't know that we're going to see it, is the issue that was with Love Meghan for me, which was she's being so careful and polished at all times. You're not seeing a person that you can really connect with. And that's what she needs to do. If you're creating content that is based around yourself and your personality, you need to showcase it. So hopefully that happens here. But from the teaser, I'm not sure, but maybe, hopefully.
Well, Arthur wants to move on, and I think he speaks for a lot of people. All right, we never.
Arthur does not want to move on. Arthur is only there because you wanted someone to say something clever like feed the chickens and hiding and all that. That's the only reason why that old queen is there, is because you wanted somebody to be messy. And as you know, when you get to a certain age, you can say whatever you want to, and there's really no backlash for it. One of the Squaddies today posted this on Twitter, and the caption said, "This is what they posted on Instagram, and nowhere do you hear them say anything about privacy. This was their farewell." You can see it says Sussex Royal. "After many months of reflection and internal discussion, we have chosen to make a transition this year and starting to carve out a progressive new role within this institution. We intend to step back as senior members of the royal family and work to become financially independent while continuing to fully support Her Majesty the Queen. It is with your encouragement, particularly over the last few years, that we feel prepared to make this adjustment. We now know to balance our time between, we now plan to balance our time between the United Kingdom and North America, continuing to honor our duty to the Queen, the Commonwealth, and our patronages. This geographic balance will enable us to raise our son with an appreciation for the royal traditions into which he was born, while also providing our family with the space to focus on the next chapter, including the launch of our new charitable entity. We look forward to sharing the full details of this exciting next step in due course as we continue to collaborate with Her Majesty the Queen, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Cambridge, and all relevant parties. Until then, please accept our deepest thanks for your continued support, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Nowhere does it mention privacy. That is something that was made up by the tabloid media. And as I always say, if it sounds like it's true, if it sounds legitimate, people tend to take that as the gospel. Long as you can make something up that sounds legitimate and true. So there's no one who could say to the tabloid media, to the Royal Rota, well, when did they say that? Where did they say that? Just like the 10 lies, the 15 lies that Harry and Meghan told in the Oprah Winfrey interview. So then all of a sudden, you got people all over social media saying, well, they told 10 lies. They lied about 10 different things. They didn't try to prove that those 10 things were actually true or false. They accepted it because the person who said it was in the Royal Rota. Yeah, they just accept it. So yeah, I haven't seen Edward in a long time. Edward and Sophie rarely spend time together. Will and Kate rarely spend time together. It's like 1992 all over again. All of the royal marriages are on the rocks. The ones that are close is Zara and Mike Tyndall. But the rest of them, they don't seem to be so close. And have you noticed that even, what's her name? Afro Annie, you don't see her husband with her that often anymore. He seems to have stepped back from official royal duty. You don't see him a lot. I don't even think he went to Westminster Abbey for the what do you call it? The Trooping the Colors. No, the Commonwealth. I don't think I've seen him at Commonwealth in a few years. Hey, Sonia Johnson. Yeah, so you guys, sorry that it was so long today, but I rather. Oh, by the way, did you figure out if anything is broken yet? Did you figure out what's broken? Did you break anything? Are you in need of repair? Just asking. During this time of austerity and perhaps a recession, I mean, there are always people looking for work. There are always people that are have a very well-defined physique, young and eager to please. They just want to make sure that your house is in good running order. So, yeah, don't be afraid to ask for help. There's always someone there to help. Washboard apps and all. Is it squeaking or does it need to squeak? Which is it? Has it developed to squeak or are you disappointed because it's not squeaking? Yeah, you know, one of the reasons why it's almost useless to watch Loose Women or what's the other one? The View, any of those shows is because you don't move the dial at all. You don't get a greater understanding. Everybody plays their part because it is performance, it is theater. And you know Arthur Edwards is there for a reason. And even the lady that they had on there, she's there for a reason. She's there to be a little more reasonable, but yet to drag and to maintain the negativity right along with the rest of them. So everybody has a role to play. Oh, it needs to squeak. Gotcha. I know I got to get myself on the right schedule, you guys. I really do. I have to get myself back on a normal schedule. It was a beautiful day today and I missed most of it. Yeah, gotta turn that around somehow. I didn't want to acknowledge the name of the channel. So instead of the real name, I supplemented the name with The Done. Kind of rhymes with the real name. And if you're wondering why that is upside down, I was looking at it and I noticed that there was a reflection. There was a reflection on the table that came from, you know, the wall. And so since the reflection was upside down, you get it. I decided to do that. I missed the whole thing. I'm having a hard time with the Sentebale story. Has my nervous system in a twist. Ooh. Well, I'm sure you're not the only one that feels that way. The only thing I feel bad about with the Sentebale thing, well, there's two things. Two things I feel bad about. I don't like the language that was used in that statement because let's face it, you guys, it's 2025. And even though things are a lot different because of who's in the White House, still, there has been a stigma with the idea of, let's say, a white man, Prince Harry, and a black woman, the person that's running the charity. He certainly doesn't want to look like he's being heavy-handed with her. So there's really nothing Harry can say or do, at least not publicly. Behind the scenes, that's another thing. And that's the real disadvantage, is that even if it was a white man that was trying to be a so-called whistleblower, the fact that Harry is a member of the royal family and supposedly born into privilege, although I don't know how much of a privilege that life is, anything he says and does looks like he's punching down, that he's going after the little guy. And people are going to think that's unfair. So there's really nothing he can do but just wait this out. The other thing that bothers me is that the lifelong commitment, the 20-year commitment to Sentebale, because of this person, Harry had to walk away from something so important to him. And that really grates on my nerves. So both those things, using language referring to Harry, in all likelihood, we're assuming that she meant Harry, talking about privilege and all the other stuff that she said. And of course, we should not forget the fact too that there are children, young people, young adults, families that are in need of that financial aid. They need testing. They need, whatever they provide for the families, for the individuals, for the orphans. They're in great need. And especially now, of all times, when so much funding has been taken away. I can't remember when it was, but I keep thinking about the big falling out, the troubles, if you will. Before the election, when there was this great divide between Black American Squaddies and some Squaddies from other places, where Black Americans were criticized, Black Squaddies were criticized for voting for Kamala. And, and I get that because of Gaza and everything. I do get that. But we did try to warn people that if you think this is bad, wait until you see what's coming down the pike. And I even had a big argument with a very close friend because they were giving me all these talking points about Kamala Harris. And I tried to warn him. I said, Do you understand what you're saying? But a lot of people ignored all that. And so some of those squaddies that were so anti, Kamala live in South Africa. And one of the first places they cut aid money was to South Africa, but it wasn't going to the government. It was going directly to healthcare. And so, okay, I get it. Well, we shouldn't want to depend on this money, and we should do things for ourselves, and it's so colonial and this and that and so on and so forth. But to the person who needs HIV medication or testing or birth control, whatever it is, to that individual who has become dependent upon going to that clinic, all of a sudden the money is cut. So things have gotten worse. It does make a difference who wins the election. Elections have consequences. Yeah, Legs, they would not listen. They would not listen. They were so, listen, I get it. I get it. If you're one of those people that was so adamant that the Democrats need to atone, and I get it. But I just looked at a news story about a guy, a dad. This man must be in his 50s, I bet. He takes out the trash, and on their Ring camera, you see someone run up to him, an ICE agent, and he got arrested, taken out the trash, and put in detention. You see, there were what they called safe cities in the blue states where you could just find a safe harbor while you're, trying to work on your paperwork and everything. One of the biggest lies, illegal. Okay, undocumented, yes. Illegal, not really. It's not illegal to seek asylum. Seeking asylum is not breaking the law. Now, how you get from point A to point B, you can argue about that. But as an asylum seeker, you're not breaking the law. And now people in Greenland, people in Greenland are wondering if, of all people, the United States is going to come kicking the door in. The Canadians, our neighbors, our family, our friends to the north, with a shared border. We share electricity. We share a lot of stuff. Weather, we share the weather. We share the Great Lakes. If anyone would have told me that there would be some confusion as to whether they were in danger. You see, when Trump is talking these weird things like that, they're trying to test the waters and see where things land. And if you should know anything about the United States government, building a case against someone that is not strong enough to hurt you or to fight back is something that they've done over and over and over again. And it's a distraction from the economy that we have. It's a distraction. Greenland is important to Americans' security, to America's security. There's already American military there. It's part of NATO. If it's part of Denmark, it's part of NATO. So we're supposed to defend it anyway. Not take it over, defend it. Let me see who controls the Sentebale bank account. That's 600,000 she spent. Could that be embezzled or sent? I'm wondering if the consultant did not have a finder's fee or something like that. Let me see. Yeah. Well, Harry is a sharp cookie. And Meghan, he and Meghan, they discussed their day. This is what they said, is that they have some me time, we time, and they discussed their day. And I'm pretty sure that between the two of them, they work out what kind of stance that you take with other people. So we may have seen evidence of that already because of that little shuffle that went on presenting the trophy. Yeah, anytime that there is a large police action, like for instance, stop and search. I have no doubt that if they enforce stop and search, that crime would go down. Also, I have no doubt that if they enforce stop and search, innocent people, including myself, may be pulled into the system, even though I haven't done anything. There's always going to be innocent people that are caught up in it. Always. And the bigger the action plan, the more likely innocent people are going to be pulled into it along with the guilty. And now, if you have a Spanish accent, if you look as though you come from Latin America, you're more likely to get caught up in this stuff. You could be riding down the street and they see you and, let's say, your coworkers. And it don't necessarily have to be the ICE. It could be anybody who believes in MAGA. That's happened. And the Trump administration has encouraged people to rat out their neighbors. To rat out their neighbors. I was thinking about that too, Legs. I was wondering if Sentebale, if the trademark, if the naming rights and everything, I was wondering if that belonged to Harry and Princeso. Yeah, well, God's child, we don't really think of it in these terms, but the United States is an empire. The United States has more military bases around the world than any other country. We spend more money on the defense of our the military than any other country. The next few countries combined do not spend as much money as the United States. We spend a lot of money on the military. And the United States is an empire. The United States has made treaties with Native Americans. They have made treaties. They lied. They were able to expand and manifest destiny. That is empire. That was an invasion. Half of Mexico is now the southwestern United States. Mexico was conquered by the US, and they took half of everything. The United States did to Mexico what Putin is trying to do to Ukraine. Take it. And there were some people who said, I don't know why we stopped there. We should just took the whole thing. So we're an empire, and we have been since day one. It's just that they then sold the world on all that BS about we're the good guys with the white hats, but we don't have as much territory as the British Empire, but since World War II, we've had a greater amount of influence, the greatest amount of influence than any other country since World War II. Yeah. So the only thing that is going to take the United States down a peg or two is China. China is going to be actually might be the big superpower at some point, because the US is in a state of decline and the people in the United States are in denial. Just like the British, we're in denial. We're going to have something like the Commonwealth so we can still feel big. But we're in denial. Now, we probably won't lose land. We're not going to lose, provinces and such. But eventually, our economy is going to play second fiddle to China. Yeah. Yeah, if you leave, you might not be able to come back. Yep, that's some good advice. Get your business in order. Yeah. I would say that in some respects, for Blacks, for people of African descent, probably the strongest power dynamic ever has been here in the United States, where is just the amount of wealth and political influence has been greater than just about any place else in the world for Blacks. So yeah, there's no other place. And even today, with Donald Trump in office and with the economy slowing down and going south, for a poor person, there's still a better chance that you can become the next a future billionaire is in the United States right now. And they'll become a billionaire not because of the family that they're born into, not because of the people they know, but because they work hard, they played within the system, and opportunity is there. So there's nothing else like it. It really isn't. I don't know too many places in the world where it's so easy to buy a car, to have a car. I ain't talking about a new car, but just to have a car. There's a lot of places the gas is too much, the petrol is too much, or they're too expensive or something like that. But here, it just happens. It just happens. Let me see. Oh yeah, I'm good. I am good. But yeah, it just happens. Oh, okay. Ooh, that's going to be interesting. That is going to be so interesting. Did you schedule it already? Can I put the link up? That is going to be interesting. Yep, I'm here for that one. Oh, okay. So is that 8 p.m. GMT? Is that what you call it, GMT? Well, I will look for it tomorrow for sure, or I'll get a notification. Yeah, well, I think you can go all the way back to Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, two of the most evil people that ever lived. Both of them. Both of them had a goal to take away the unions. They wanted to silence the voice of working class people. They wanted to bust unions. They wanted to privatize everything. And the reason why they needed to do that is to take away the political clout. They wanted to take away the political clout. Okay, you guys, make sure you look for Ivy tomorrow because, as Ivy says, my podcast tomorrow is on the topic. It's a 6-part series. Tomorrow is part 3, and it focuses on the U.S. plans to land grab Greenland, Canada, and Mexico. Well, there you go. You guys, it's a very real thing. It's a very real thing. All they have to do is come up with an excuse. Yeah, I believe they're serious. Whenever a country is in decline, there's always the distraction of war. Like Argentina, the Falkland Islands. Argentina's economy was in really bad shape. And the best distraction was take back the Malvinas, or that's what they call the Falklands, the Malvinas. Take back the Malvinas. And it took 2 weeks for the British Navy to make it to the Falklands. 2 weeks. I still remember that. 2 weeks it took them to get there. Margaret Thatcher got to play the hero, and the British flag is still proudly flying over the Falklands. And there's still only about 20 people living there. But that's not the point. There are historical examples. We will cite a few. We also will have input later on from economists and geopolitics experts and historians. Very cool. I've been listening to this guy, Something Wolf. Something Wolf. He's an economist, and he has laid out quite a few things about the rationale for what the American government is up to right now. Yep, they are making the case. They're making a case. Or as I say, building a case. They're building a case. And gosh, I hope it doesn't come to that. I really hope it doesn't come to that. But what makes me believe that they're serious is that they're on the verge of wrecking the economy. They're on the verge of wrecking the United States economy. They want to tear it down so that they can make it over in their own image. And all the institutions that make up the United States government, the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive, it seems as though they're trying to remake it. They want to make it over. Hey, Church Nelly. Holy cow, is it 5 a.m.? Okay, I did not know it was 5 a.m. I did not know it was 5 a.m. Now, what the hell was I talking about? What did I talk about for 4 hours and 21 minutes? Oh, thank you, Jessica Foreman. Well, I like to share things, and I also like to learn stuff too. And I learned so much. I really do. I learned so much. Yep, still on and still talking stuff. Oh, you still got that Cinnabon buzz going on, huh? Well, I cooked the last of my bok choy, and it was so good. I hadn't had it for years, but I cooked the last of it. It was so good. I put the rest in the refrigerator, so I'm gonna eat that tomorrow, but it was so good. Love my bok choy. Love wins movement. Good morning to you. Okay. Well, that's all, folks. That's all. Yep, that's all. I can only give you love that lasts forever, and a promise to be near each time you call. And the only heart I own for you and you alone. That's all. That's all. I can only give you country walks in springtime, and a hand to hold when leaves begin to fall, and a love whose burning light will warm the winter's night. That's all. That's all. Join in if you know the words. There are those, I am sure, who have told you they will give you the world for a toy. All I have are these arms to enfold you, and a love time could never destroy. And if you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say it's me that you adore, for now and evermore. That's all. That's all. I said that's all. Hey, hey. That's all. That's yeah, you got to hit that high note at the end. Yep, got to hit that high note at the end. And if you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say it's me that you'll adore for now and evermore. That's all. That's all. That's all. Good night, everybody. Gia. Gia. Remember that commercial? Gia. Gia. Yeah, nothing like a Gia pet. Long as your Gia pet is from the knee down, that's but any other Gia pets, we're just not interested in it. Gia. Yeah, I love that song. I think it's a very sweet song. I can only give you country walks in springtime and a hand to hold when leaves begin to fall, and a love whose burning light will warm the winter nights. That's all. How come they don't write songs like that anymore? How come they don't write songs like that anymore? Drop the blade, babe. Put the nair there. Forget the stubble trouble. Your legs stay smoother for days. Drop the blade, babe. Put the nair there. Forget the stubble trouble. Your legs stay smoother for days. You know, if I could remember all of those old commercials, just think of what I cannot remember because my head is still full of old television commercials. Okay, before I start singing the Buttermade bread commercial, I'm going to say goodnight. I feel like chicken tonight. Was that a song or I know there was a commercial, I feel like chicken tonight. I feel like chicken tonight. I can't remember if that was a song or not. What about the Calgon laundry commercial? How do you get your clothes so clean, Mr. Lee? Ancient Chinese secret. My husband, some hotshot. Here's his ancient Chinese secret. Calgon. Calgon's 2 water softeners softens wash water so detergents clean better. In hardest water, Calgon gets clothes up to 30% cleaner. We need more Calgon. Ancient Chinese secret, huh? Yes, that commercial played on all kind of racist stereotypes. Yeah, I tell you, um, I have to say, if you really looked at R&B and soul music, Black men have written some of the most beautiful love songs ever penned. They really have. They really have. Black men have written some of the most beautiful love songs ever. I mean, think about it. Some of the most beautiful love songs ever. I look at the lyrics of some of the songs that have come out over the years, and I'm just like, that is absolute poetry. Absolute poetry. My darling, I can't get enough of your love. I don't know why. I can't get enough of your love, babe. Yeah, they do look. They look so regal and they look beautiful. They look beautiful. That was quite a night when Meghan came out. It was raining and she had that white outfit on. It was an incredible contrast to the rain-soaked streets. Harry must be so proud. He's got to be so proud of her. For like everything about her, I'm sure makes him proud. Everything. Hey, Zig Owl. If there's a cure for this, I don't want it. I don't want it. If there's a cure for this, I don't need it. I run from it. Think about you all the time. Never let you out of my mind, 'cause I love you. I got the sweetest hangover. I don't want to get over with the sweetest hangover. Oh, I don't want to get over. Okay, this is turning into a very long road trip. This is like road trip conversation. Yeah, that gold dress was a moment. That was a real fashion moment. Elaine Parker. Hey, Elaine. Melina Lucia. Greetings. Penny. Hello, Penny. Really? I kind of thought it just dragged on and on and on, but I accept. Thank you very much. Yes, please click that like button. Elaine Parker, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for being a member as well as a moderator. I don't want to get over. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's always fun when you finally figure out you were singing the wrong lyrics. Glad to be helpful. Well, I hope that Celibici comes on tomorrow or today. I'll be looking forward to Celibici. They've had a lot of like health things going on and such, so they haven't been as consistent as they were in the past, but I'll be looking forward to that. You guys, something is wrong with Professor Tim Wilson. Now, I'm not sure, but did I hear him say that he fractured his vertebrae or something? But he's back in the hospital again. Yeah, he's got some kind of shoulder and neck injury. I know he said he took an MRI. Now, I don't want you guys to think that he's in a hospital bed. He has been having trouble trying to find care because the NHS is not yeah, I guess he's on a waiting list or something. So if I'm correct, I believe he says that he's in Istanbul right now. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what he said happened, but I thought he said that he had some type of fracture or that they believe he has a fracture. Oh, well, um, is that right, Hazel? He said he had a neck fracture. I thought that's what he said, and I'm just like, you know, how are you sitting up and walking and talking with a neck fracture? Yeah, but I believe he went to Istanbul to get care. Hello, Ivy here. I have to go now, all. It's been fun. Bye from bye from Ivy. Bye. Hello, Ivy here. Yeah, so bye for now. Bye from Ivy. Bye. Oh, thank you so much. Someone just sent me a PayPal. Thank you very much. Okay. Trying to see if I could see a message with that. Oh, that's so sad. That is so sad because, you know, with any kind of fracture like that, you know, you have to wonder, am I going to be able to walk when I wake up? Thank you for your hard work. Well, thank you very much for supporting Royal Sussex. And thank you for being a part of this community. Maybe Professor Wilson should consider some alternative medicine. Now, here's someone right here that's able to fix stuff. Okay? Maybe he can fix it. Maybe he's an osteopath or what do you call it? What's the doctors that adjust your spine? Yeah, maybe he's one of those. And he just happens to have a tool belt. Hey, a chiropractor. Thank you very much. Yes, a chiropractor. Couldn't think of that name for nothing. Green Acres is a place for me. Farm living is a life for me. Wait, did I say that right? Green Acres is the place to be. Farm living is a life for me. Land spreading out so far and wide. Keep Manhattan, just give me that countryside. New York is where I'd rather stay. I get allergic smelling hay. I just adore a penthouse view. Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue. Bum 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 bum. The stores, da 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 da. The chores, da 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 da. Fresh air, da 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 da. Times Square, you are my wife. Goodbye, city life. Green Acres, we are there. Bum bum. Yeah, let's just hope he's not a MAGA Let's just hope he's not a MAGA. Yeah, we must keep praying for each other. A hater confidentially told me on Twitter that she was, ooh, what is that? Wow. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that are touched. You know what I mean? They're touched, and not by an angel. They're just touched in the classic sense, like not altogether there. So we have to make certain allowances for people who are not wrapped too tight. But then again, that's why it's necessary for the Sussexes to have as much security as possible at all time. And I intend to make sure that my my little godchildren, Archie and Lily, I intend to make sure that they are very well protected. And the only way to do that is to make sure that their parents become billionaires. Got to make sure they become billionaires. Oh, Sonia Johnson, I'm so glad you said that. At least I'm feeling better from the Sentebale mess having been here. Let us remember to pray for the Sussexes as always. Yes. Well, I'm glad to be helpful, and being able to talk these things out is helpful to me too. It also helps me. It's very therapeutic as far as I'm concerned. One of the things that was so difficult for me in the past, like before actually committing to a platform like this, is that I didn't really have anybody to talk about the Sussexes. You know what I'm saying? It just, I wanted to talk about them or express my concerns, but there was no one to talk to because most people were just like, huh? Why do you care? So I find it very helpful to be able to talk to people. And we talk about so many other topics and subjects. It's not like we're confined to just one thing or the other. Oh no, they don't deliver to the UK. It's US only, huh? Well, you guys, that reminds me too. If you're having issues getting products from one country to the other, just please make sure you are very careful because, we had that one incident where someone who was in the chats on the, what is it, Twitter, was asking some of the Squaddies in the US to send things that she couldn't get where she was in the Caribbean. And she got the items and never forwarded any money to the people who purchased it for them, luxury items too. So that was, gosh, that was awful. When I think about that, it just makes me sick on the stomach. But yeah, don't allow yourself to be taken advantage of by asking another person that you really don't know to send stuff for you, because depending on the price of the item, you could be out of a lot of money or something like that. So just remember to be careful about that. And I remember that person too, Tina and Michelle. She warned us, and I was like, oh, that person. And then, of course, after she was exposed, we never seen or heard from her again. So, and that's another thing we do on Royal Sussex, is that we have discussions about things like that where people are being scammed or whatever. And it's good to remind each other about stuff like that because as we become older, sometimes we get a little confused and we might, make mistakes like that. And it could be very devastating. And, for your children or loved ones or whatever, it can be upsetting for them because, they've have the need to protect you because you're the older person now. And yeah, so it's just easier for everybody if we're very, very careful. Yeah, I think that she asked for like a purse or something like that. And she's like, oh, I can't get those things. And so they went and purchased it and shipped some things to her. And she was borrowing money from people. And she claimed that she was a nurse, right? She claimed that she was a nurse, if I recall. And she had like this elaborate life. And there were so many inconsistencies. Yeah, remember that? It went on for a while and people were embarrassed to admit that they were scammed. I tell you, it had me so rattled that remember I was just like, I don't want nobody's address. I don't want nobody's address. It had me so rattled because, just the appearance of impropriety for me would be terrible. That, I wouldn't want to think that anyone would harbor thoughts about me as some kind of scam artist or something. So I'd rather not get involved with that kind of stuff. But yeah, she this lady was on the Instagram, and she had been a big presence on Instagram, always posting stuff. And then once that happened, all of a sudden, nothing. I don't even think they ever tried to defend themselves. And you know what? I saved the screenshots, I believe, from something to do with that. Yeah, I saved the screenshots, but I don't remember that person's name, so I'd probably have to happen upon it. I don't know if I would ever find it trying to, but I think I had saved some screenshots. Yeah, you have to be really careful. Anybody can be bamboozled. Anybody could be made victim or the victim of a scam. Anybody. There's no such thing as someone being so sharp that could never happen. It can and it will happen. So the only thing you can do is just do your best to prevent it. Yep. Yeah, I remember when someone my debit card, and I know, I just kind of know when it happened because I was like, "Don't you have a?" I was looking for like the keypad, and she swore up and down that she had to take it behind the register to do something, and then after that, someone had ordered something from Walmart, and I called the bank immediately, and I got my money refunded. I had to get a new card, but that was the only time I had something like that happen. It felt like such a violation, but I promise you, I know that that girl, I know she had did something. I was like, "Don't you have the key back?" No. I mean, she answered so fast. Maybe they're back under a different name. I wouldn't doubt that. Wouldn't doubt that they're back under a different name. But are they still able to do the scam? Not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they gotten away with it once or twice. You're talking about the Sentebale. Um, it is very upsetting because of some of the reasons that I cited, and probably some that I cannot even think of right now. But um, we have to remember that that person has been exposed, and that we know better now about that person's character, right? We know better, and I believe that especially you got to look at this as a bit of a victory that the Telegraph, of all things, the Telegraph had that scathing article that exposed that person's character. So that's important to remember, is that that person has been exposed by the Telegraph. Oh, the Invictus. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed something then. Sorry. Okay. Let me see. Oh, Sussex Riviera. Good morning, everyone. I just woke up and was surprised to see Baron on. You know what? I did mention something about a marathon the other day. This was not intentional, but here we are. Well, Harry had said that the Invictus Games, he was not certain that it would go on forever, right? And because the Sussexes have so many other things going on, he may, step back from having such a, I guess, having such a direct role in the running of the Invictus Games. I mean, it does have like a board and everything. So, what if Birmingham is the last Invictus Games? Because Invictus, and don't scream at me. I'm going to make a point here. Invictus does not end with the games. Because of how successful Invictus was in Germany, they plan to have some presence like that year round, right? Because the impact of Invictus helped to bring a lot of attention to the veterans community in Germany that was almost non-existent before. And if you're on social media, if you're on Twitter, you may see every so often that there's a post coming up from here, there, and everywhere where there's like an Invictus bicycle race or something like that. They're always doing something. So maybe the way Invictus is, I guess, the way it is circulating right now, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it may be a little different. So I'm just saying, don't be surprised if something changes abruptly. He said, as long as it's needed, he would be there. And it's grown so much. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't be surprised if something changes with Invictus, because there's other stuff that Harry wants to do, and I don't know how much man hours he puts into the Invictus Games, but he is probably the highest profile. He's the highest. I'll just say he's the highest profile person involved in the Invictus. And if there is a game, he will be there. He will participate. But it may be time for someone else to, take over more responsibility. He'll always be the founder. He'll always be a patron. But it might be time for someone else to take on some more of the responsibilities that he has. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't suspect that schedule is going to change. But as you know, okay, Harry likes to take things global, right? The oh gosh, what was the one he did with Oprah? The Me You Can't See. Oprah wanted it to be something in the US. Harry suggested that they go global. The Warrior Games is only in the US. Harry thought that something as helpful as that should be global. So that's how, because Invictus could have just been something for the UK, but Harry wanted to make it something global because he felt like people in other countries needed to benefit from that fellowship. So it did become exactly that. And he worked really hard to, get it off the ground and everything. So, but like anybody else, he may be ready for a new challenge. He may want to do something else, but he can still be involved. And I don't know if, right now he may have already have taken a step back from it, but we'll see. We'll see, because he allowed the board to vote where they wanted to have the games, and they said Birmingham, and he's like, okay. But he's still a young man, and there's other stuff he may want to do. And there are some people who like to start a business. You start a business and you sell it. And in his case, he may like to set up not-for-profits and then go on to the next thing. At least maybe with that one. You never know. But it's something about being a founder that carries a lot of weight. And listen, the founder of Invictus, the founder of Travelers, the co-founder of Archwell, and what else am I missing here? Oh, and co-founder of Sentebale. Those are 4 major things. 4. So if he didn't do anything else, he has done a ton of stuff already. Which really flies in the face of that old Queen Arthur Edwards. All he's doing is feeding his chickens. They should be so lucky to get that much work out of members of the royal family. Good morning. Good morning. Early in the morning, I put breakfast on your table and make sure that your coffee has its sugar and cream. Your eggs are over easy. Your toast done lightly. All that's missing is the morning kiss that used to greet me. Now you say the juice is sour, and it used to be so sweet. But I can't help but to wonder if you're talking about me. We don't talk the way we used to talk. Oh gosh, I didn't forget the words. I can't help but to wonder if you're talking. I can't remember it. I'm not your church Nelly. I'm not the one who wears the nappy wigs and pour your coffee and tea. Yes, I'm not your church Nelly. Carolina Simone is here. Yes, Karen White, Superwoman. I'm not your Superwoman. I'm only human. I'm not the one that you used to play around and think that everything's all right. Boy, I am only human. Human. Oh, yes. We don't talk the way we used to talk. It's hurting so deep. And then I'd forget again. We don't talk the way we used to talk, and it's hurting so deep. Something I can't remember. Oh, it's Superwoman now. Okay. This girl needs more than occasional hugs as a token of love from you to me. Yeah. I got my pride, I will not cry, but it's making me weak. Okay, now it's coming back to me. Gosh, who writes songs like that? Daniel Medical. Top of the morning. That's a great song. You should be singing it. That is a great song. Superwoman, Karen White. I'm not your Superwoman. I'm not the kind of girl that you can let down and think that everything's okay. Boy, I am only human. This girl needs more than occasional hugs as a token of love from you to me. Ooh, baby. I fought my way through the rush hour just to make it home just for you. I want to make sure that your dinner will be waiting for you. Let me see, but when you get there, you just tell me that you're not hungry at all. Oh, well. I'm convinced the problem, you don't love me the same. You're just going through the motions and you're not being fair. I got my pride, I will not cry. Still, I can't help but care. You go right on. You do that. You let people know the kind of company you keep. I can take it if you can. Oh my goodness, why is the clock going so fast? I mean, it's almost what time is it? It's almost, well, it's 6 a.m. I am so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is all right with me. Let me be the one you come running to. I never be untrue. Let's stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad. 1,300 hours. Let me see. Is that 1 p.m.? Okay, y'all. I'm fixing to go. We are going to end with the island lady. Haven't heard from her in a minute. Yeah, we haven't heard from the island lady in a minute.
And Prince Harry should be king. He should be king. Prince Harry, not William. William and all of them in there, Camilla is the wicked witch of the devil himself, because she is part of why Princess Diana is not here. I do not like them. I am from the islands, and we don't need them in the Caribbean. Get lost. Demolish the monarchy. This is 2023, okay? And I will support Harry 100%. I do feel for him. Yes, I do. And everything in the book is the truth. And Charles is the monster, not Harry. Harry's no monster, not Meghan. He's bringing the story out right now. They are evil people. They are not nice. Behind the wall, we all are one human being, and behind that wall there are no difference with me and you and any other Brits. Give the people back the money. They are just welfare recipients living off the taxpayers of the British people, and the British people are stupid supporting that nonsense monarchy. It is nothing. It's just a title. It means nothing, a title. I'm angry at them.
Carolina Simone, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Glad I caught that. Almost missed it. But yeah, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. And I will see you all later today, or for some of you all tomorrow. Well, I'll be looking forward to Meghan posting something. This has been a great week, great 2 weeks. Yeah, I am getting spoiled. I really am. I am getting spoiled. I don't know that I'm worthy of this attention from the Duchess, but I'll take it. Yeah, it's like a dream, isn't it? It is like a dream. You look up and there's something else posted. I love it. There are those, I am sure, who have told you they would give you the world for a song. All I have are these arms to enfold you, and a love that time could never destroy. And if you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. For it's you that I'll adore from now and evermore. That's all. That's all.